Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Now tonight, we're going to discuss a few topics that might stimulate a few questions, or in fact, a few theories that you've had in the back of your head all along. For some who are new, some of these topics and concepts might go a bit over your head. And for those of you who are seasoned and practiced, you'll be able to deduce things, maybe even before the sentences are complete. In any case, we're going to talk about a change that has recently happened, a change that has been on its way for quite some time, a change that most anticipated, very few prepared for. Some were ready, and some were in denial. We're going to talk about this change and what it means for those of you who are practicing occultists. So, hope you're having a great evening. It is now officially Friday, at least where I am. In any case, what a world. What a world. What a world. So many synchronicities, as usual. I mean, if you're really in this work, like for real, all day, every day is full of synchronicities. To the point where it's not even like special. It's just regular every day. In any case, something very recently happened. Something very recently shifted, right? And this shift affects not just you and me, but everyone in our country and everyone really in the Western world. This shift cannot be ignored. It cannot be denied. Now, some people prepared for it. Like I said, some people were counting on it. And then there were many others who didn't take it seriously. There were many others who were focused on the wrong things. And see, this change that has occurred very recently, it's unavoidable. We will all feel the effects and the implications, no matter who you are, where you are. Does anybody know what this shift is that I'm talking about? Of course you do. Of course you do. For something this big, you can't avoid it. Unless maybe you're living under a rock. And see, imagine my surprise when I looked at my phone. And then when I looked at my microwave and I saw a discrepancy. Imagine my surprise when I'm thinking about all my plans for the future. When I'm thinking about the things that I want to do and hoped to do. But now I have to adjust and change because of this shift. Indeed, daylight savings time has taken us by surprise. Daylight savings time has taken us by surprise. I didn't anticipate it. I didn't expect it. I forgot all about it. And now this shift has happened. And all of us must adjust for the hour, for the time change. Where do you stand? Were you prepared for this? Did you make space for it? Did you anticipate this shift, this change? Let me know in the chat. How we doing tonight? Peace, all creations. Good to see you. Eternal flame. Peace, peace. Ashtar, peace. Eternal Flame says, been seeing 444 and a lot of change is happening for sure. Oh yeah. At this point, man, every time I look at my phone, it is a repeating number. I'm not doing this shit on purpose. It's a bit annoying, honestly. But hey. Alkalinity Light, peace and greetings. J. Baldhill, long time no see, peace, peace. Alkalinity Light says, just finished the lesser banishing ritual. Cool. Cool. What are your intentions with the lesser banishing ritual? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? J. Baldhill says, good call with the Shiva mantra. I felt it. Felt like it was time. I was listening to Om Namah Shivaya earlier, but I figured this one would be more on brand. Roll, rock, and peace. Peace. Yeah, this is the shift. It's time. It's time for a change. And if you didn't prepare, well, now you've got to adjust, right? Now you've got to adjust. I was in the middle of my rituals when I noticed it. I do a walking meditation in the middle of the night. So I decided to go into the kitchen and I looked at the microwave and I'm like, that can't be right. I looked at my phone and I'm like, wait a minute. It took me a second, but then I realized I got a whole extra hour. Oh yeah. I have more time. I got that sudden feeling of, I have more time. Have you ever had that feeling? Usually we have the feeling of, there's not enough time. Time is running out. I've got to scramble and quickly put things together, right? But have you ever had the feeling of, I got more time? Especially when you're sleeping before you have to go to work or something like that, and you wake up early, like 2 or 3 hours early, and you're like, yeah, I got more time. Those extra 2 or 3 hours are probably, that's some of the best sleep. Sirenita, peace. Sirenita says, I feel like I need to get into my ritual bag. Well, if that's what you feel, then that's what you need to do. Alkalinity Light says, to cleanse and protect my energy from negative elements. Hear me out, Alkalinity Light. But what if I told you, right? What if I told you, see, if you use something for an intent or a purpose other than what it's designed for, technically, that's called abusing the item. What if I told you that the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram is not a ritual done for protection? It's not a ritual done for clearing out negative energy. What if I told you that that's not actually what it's for? And I'm saying that because you may find in the future that you might be using it as that, but then you might be getting results or effects contrary to what you thought the intention was. The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram is not about banishing negative energy. I didn't know that at first either. It took me a few years. It took me, some reading and doing it for several years to understand what it was really about. And it's not about banishing. Even though the word banishing is in the title, we're quick to assume that it means banishing negative spirits. King Tron says it's an opportune time. Absolutely. Absolutely. Marwa Fakir, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. So as of right now, how do you feel? Do you feel like you're in a time crunch? Do you feel like you don't have enough time? Do you feel like you're scrambling and scraping to make ends meet? Does it feel like there's not enough time in the day? And how long have you been feeling like that? A few days? A few weeks? A few months? A few years? How long have you been feeling like that? And if you've been feeling that way for an extended amount of time, what could you observe as some of the long-term effects of that frame, of living in that frame? Living in the frame of, I don't have enough time. How has that affected your behavior? How has that affected your mindset? How has that affected the decisions you made and the opportunities that have come and gone? You know what I'm saying? Like, something as small as that can really affect your entire life. This is how important beliefs are. Not a single belief is just a joke or minuscule or nothing. Every single belief that you have has a profound impact on the frame of your reality. See, you maintain your frame whether I tell you to or not. You maintain your frame based on the beliefs that you hold. And you hold your beliefs regardless of the evidence that you're shown. That's how we work. If you believe something, you're going to hold on to it no matter what people tell you. I mean, haven't you tried to tell somebody something that was a better way than what they were currently following? Have you ever tried to show somebody a different path? And despite you giving them sound and reasonable evidence, they still reject it? Well, they're not stupid. They're human beings. You do the same thing. You do the same thing. It's not easy to change beliefs, at least not with brute force. Beliefs have to be changed in a very subtle and specific way. It's like surgery. You have to know exactly what you're cutting, what to seal back up. And the same thing goes with this belief that there's not enough time. Which planet rules the concept of time? That's an easy one. Everybody here knows that. What planet rules the concept of time? Corrupted Catnip, peace. Corrupted Catnip says, I'm on board with the having more time feeling, Trav. I used to be in that time crunch mentality, but I don't know exactly when that changed. Awesome. Peace. Ace in the place. Listen, Ace, if you want to jump on the live stream tonight, I know we talked about that earlier. You most certainly can. Just let me know. I'll send you the link. Righteous, peace and greetings. Righteous says, peace, brother. What's the purpose of the LBRP? I'm glad you asked. The purpose of the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. It's a centering exercise, and it is a subconscious reminder. Think about if you've ever taken vitamins, right? You've got the gummies maybe, or those dry ass chalky tablets. Maybe you take vitamin C, vitamin D. Why do you take those supplements? You take them because you don't get them naturally in your diet. And you take them daily because over time you start to build up residual, quantities of those vitamins and those minerals in your body. So it becomes a part of you, right? You take them, so it becomes a part of you. The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram is a centering exercise designed to be done daily or regularly, just like taking a supplement. And it is a reminder that you are the center of the universe. It's a reminder that you are the center of the universe. Think about the elements of the ritual. Elements. Think about the elements of the ritual. Like, you've done it enough times to memorize it, right? There's nothing in there about protection from evil spirits. Nothing. You know what's in the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram? Alignment. It's an alignment ritual. You got north, south, east, west. You got the 4 raw elements. You got the 4 refined elements as the angels, right? You got the tree of life. Ata, Malkuth, Vigibara, Vigidula, Leolam, right? God, for thou art the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. That's what that means. You know that. Nothing to do with banishing demons or evil spirits. When it's talking about the word banishing in this particular context, it's about balancing the elemental forces so that you can see your soul. Balancing the elemental forces so that you can see your soul clearly. See, we don't see our soul because we are looking through the eyes of matter, and we are looking with the faculties of matter. Matter cannot see the soul because the soul does not exist in the realm of matter. So when you're doing a ritual like the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, it's allowing you a moment to be centered and to be aligned and allow you to have a balanced perspective from the perspective of soul, as opposed to from the perspective of matter. Does that make sense? Now here's the thing. It has a side effect and a byproduct of clearing out negative energy and protecting you from energies and patterns that don't align with being the center of the universe, right? When you have negative karma, it's going to play out through your ego. You're going to act it out. And after you do it, you're going to say, damn, why did I do something so stupid? But when you're balanced, that stops happening. And the negative karma starts to play out in your environment instead. So what's the difference? The difference is, for someone with negative karma who isn't balanced, they are going to be the negative karma. They're going to act it out, right? So you're gonna get upset. You're gonna get emotional. You're gonna get overridden with emotion, or should I say elemental forces, with karma. And you're gonna act it out. You're gonna exercise it. You're gonna blow it off. The same way people get horny, and as soon as they blow off that steam, they come back to normal. It's the same process. You're getting filled up with this elemental force. It overtakes you, and it expresses itself. It's gone. It goes out of your system. Ideally, you do that and it'd be done. But we do that and we create more karma, right? Because we create effects after that cause, and the cycle repeats. But when you become centered and balanced, that process gradually stops happening. And what you find is that instead of rising up through you and expressing itself through you, it rises up through your environment, through the people around you, through situations, your car, right? Your work, school. Like, it happens outside of you is what I'm saying. And this is one of the side effects of doing the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. Like, it's wide reaching. It's much bigger than what people think it. And I thought it was that too at first, right? We all do, simply because the title. But the true effect of this thing is it helps to put you in a position of power. When you're doing that ritual, you're not talking to some god far away in space. You're talking to your higher self. Ata, thou art, right? You're not pointing up to heaven somewhere. You're pointing at Kether. You're pointing at Buddhi. Thou art, Ata. And you bring it down. You're supposed to bring it down through the crown and through your spinal cord, and then all the way down into the ground. Malkuth, that's the kingdom. Thou art the kingdom. Is teaching you Kabbalah right there. For Kether is in Malkuth after another manner, after a different manner. What book is that from? What multiple books is that from? Kether is in Malkuth, but after a different manner. What you're doing is you're speaking to your soul, and you're bringing your material body into alignment with it. That's what it is. Okay? Got it? Got it? Tell me if it ain't good enough for you, babe. King Tron says, it's caused me to make rash decisions that actually waste the time I thought I didn't have much of. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Right. And that ties into what I just said about karma too. These beliefs are the result of karma. They're the result of karma. They're also the cause of karma. So it's very important to be aware of the beliefs that you've chosen to subscribe to. The same way that you go out and cast your vote, well, you're casting your vote every day for what beliefs you subscribe to. You put in your face what you choose to believe in every single day. For better or for worse. You got positive beliefs and you got negative beliefs. You might see a video of somebody that's done something bad. They might have hurt somebody. And you might make a comment like, well, there goes the last shred of faith I have in humanity, right? And, it's just a comment. Everybody says it's a cliche, but that came from something that you believe. And like I said, every belief is important. It shapes your frame. Every single belief. I can't say nothing like that. Far-reaching impact. The same that you say, Ata, Malkuth, right? If these vibrations coming out of your throat, if you expect them to have power enough, that your soul listens, and that the elemental forces of this place listen. How dare you say something that's not true? How dare you say something as a joke? Oh, that's just a cliche. Like, how dare you? You see what I'm saying? Like, and this causes conflict in the subconscious mind, because the subconscious mind doesn't know the difference. Is he being sarcastic? Is he telling a joke? Is he being serious? So important to be aware of what you're saying. So important to be aware of the words that you choose to use, because the subconscious is always listening, and it does not know what sarcasm is, what a joke is, what a cliche is. All it knows is that the commander has given an order. Check me if anything I said is untrue, doesn't add up, doesn't stack up to reality. Tell me. Tell me what you want. Tell me. Curve, peace. Curve says, Trav, I even came to realize beliefs can be focused from different planes and must be addressed in those different planes or with these different elementals. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's one of the lesser known keys. In order to really change a belief, you got to meet it on its level. Many of our beliefs were created when we were children. So you've got to, if you want to change a belief, you've got to talk to that child aspect of yourself. Every belief that you formed when you were a child will not be changed until you address the mind that created that belief. Sounds funny, doesn't it? The mind of a child, the mind when you were a child, you didn't just grow up and become something. You leave tracks in the ether, right? This is what the Akashic record is. This is what Chitta is. You leave tracks through time and space, right? How many people here have a Mac? Have you ever used Time Machine? Well, if you don't know, Time Machine is like when you have a backup. So you can attach a hard drive, and everything you do on your computer, let's say like further down the line, you mess something up in the code, or you delete something important or whatever, and you can't get it back. Well, you go to Time Machine, and it shows this really cool design, kind of like this. And you can literally go back weeks or years or however long your backup is and restore your whole computer from where it was at any point in time. Well, the same thing is happening with the evolution of your ego and the evolution of your consciousness. As you expand through time, you're leaving tracks and points of where you came from. To break it down, long story short, the 12-year-old you still exists. The 5-year-old you still exists. The 15-year-old you, the 21-year-old you still exists, right? And in that slice of time where they exist are the experiences and beliefs. You want to know what real time travel is? Real time travel is being able to connect with those aspects of yourself and healing whatever trauma may be present, forgiving, reintegrating, right? Because some of those aspects of the past we've rejected, and we call them enemies, and we fight them. And we fight them when we see them in other people. Al Dickey, peace and greetings. Soul Knowledge says, but you call down the angels, referring to the LBRP. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alkalinity Light says, not the mantras from the LBRP. See, I think it's because of superstitions. I thought I was banishing something, but I guess the more I study, I will realize that. Right. Like I said, I went through that. I'm sure everyone will go through that unless they learn different early on. Curve says, angels also represent elements and north, east, west, etc. So, right. Peace, Soul Knowledge TV. The Age of Divine Jewel. Peace and greetings. J. Bald Hill says, Trav, how about the importance of the LIRP? I try to do both, one in the morning, one in the evening. I'll tell you straight up, I don't do the LIRP. So I guess my advice on that probably wouldn't be that valid because I don't do the LIRP. What I do understand about rituals, mantras, and things of that nature, we'll take Dharana Darshan, for example. Dharana Darshan has like hundreds of different meditations that you can do. The point isn't to do them all. Absolutely not. The point is to do one or a few of them well enough that you reach the next level. What's the next level? Being able to see from a higher perspective. What's that mean? Recognizing the difference between soul and matter. When you recognize the difference between soul and matter, there's very, very few rituals that you need to do to get to the next step. Most all the rituals that we have to do are to get us to a certain perspective, to see that what we are is not matter. If you ask me, you'll see that you don't exist. But for now, we'll say, from what I've seen, all these rituals have a primary purpose to get you to understand that you are not the elements, to separate your identification from the elemental forces and whatever the soul is. And once you get to that point, like I said, there's very, very, very few rituals that need to be done. Not that there's none that need to be done, but most rituals that we talk about and that people are parading on the internet are done to manage the elemental forces. So ultimately, I don't really do the LIRP. I haven't done it in years. But as an overview, that also is an elemental ritual, just like the lesser banishing, lesser invoking, lesser banishing, right? Nibs Music, peace, peace. Good to see you. Good to see you, my fellow cyclomate. Corrupt Catnip says, from personal experience, Jesus is my protector and the one who banishes demons. Speaking for my own faith, of course, and still fascinated with the occult. Some things don't change, lol. Awesome. Awesome. If it works, do it. If it works, do it. Jesus exists for a reason. Christianity exists for a reason. If you know how to work it to the max and see how far you can go in the knowledge of what Christ is. See how far you can go in the knowledge of what Christ is in you. There's an occult side to Christianity. Don't get it twisted. Righteous says that does make sense. Thank you so much, brother. Awesome. There we go. Bubba Hashmelt says night side of Eden. Right. You got it. Gold star to you, Bubba Hashmelt. Triple black star to you, Bubba Hashmelt. Zero. Peace. All right. So where we at? Nibs Music says the key is the ability to change beliefs through NLP. That's the easy way. Or I should say that's the most effective way. Guru Wiz, peace and greetings. Oh, snap. My bad, Ace. Whoa, Triambakam, Yajamahe, Sugandhim Pushti Varadhana, Uravarukamiva Bandhana, Rechor Mokshia Mamritat. Oh. King Tron said, Trav said, fuck the kitchen and decided to cook on here instead. It's true. Hey, listen, Ace and Curve, I'm going to send you to the link. Give me just a second while I do that. Curve, I'll send it to you on Instagram. Ace, I'll send it to you on the Major Society website. See, look at that. I look at the clock and it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhana Did anybody come here after seeing the thumbnail for this video? I thought that picture was hilarious. I had to save it and use it. Hopefully, if you know me and my content and the stuff that I talk about, I don't give a good goddamn about politics. It does not matter. Another example of, you know, identity and ego and attachment, pain and suffering. Someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. Oops, that's not the link. Hold on. What in the world is it not posting? There we go. Okay, good to go. Good to go. Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhana. Okay, good to go. Good to go. Soul Knowledge said this is Ray, but from the OG Mages class. Okay, okay. Peace, peace. Been a minute, my friend. Been a minute. Curve, peace, peace.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good to go.
So earlier when I said about facing the elementals, I was more to be specific, I was saying like so for example, the other day I had an experience where I needed to do something, but I stopped and I realized I was like, wow, okay, it's not my thoughts stopping me. It's not my action stopping me because I actually want to get out and go do it, but it was my emotion. So based off of the course, I'm like, okay, so what elemental do I have to face? Right. And I faced that elemental, and within 30 seconds, 60, like a minute, I was able to just go do it. But also, it added a long term effect, and it also added, like, like a wave, like an ocean to like other sectors of my life. So that's what I meant specifically about facing these planes or elementals, or identifying specifically where these beliefs are coming from. Is it coming from the mental? Is it coming from your thoughts? Or is it coming from your emotions? Or is it coming from an action that was done to you or something that you've continuously done? Right. And that also ties in with the um what's oh man, it's that layer thing that you've talked about when it comes to our environments, our environment affects us, or our spiritual beliefs, or I forgot what it's called though. It's like 7 or 8 levels, if you know what
Logical
I'm talking about.
levels.
Yes, but it's specifically called something. I forgot what it's called, but you get what I'm saying. But yeah, that's what I was specifically referring to. And yes, in all, if you want me to be honest with you on this journey, as someone that used to identify as lazy, right? I lazy but intelligent. Um, it is a lot of work, but it's worth it because it's things that needs to be faced for people that can identify with how, you know, that belief of being lazy but also smart enough and not taking action, right? Like it's needed. And for the people that take action, just do it because it's all gonna work out. Even if you don't know what you're doing, even if you want to ask Trav or somebody else, just do it and believe that it's gonna happen. It's that little belief. If you're Christian, that mustard seed, right? Is that little belief that you just need, and that information will come. If you believe that you're disconnected from the spirit or disconnected from God, it's gonna be harder. But keep going until you believe that you are connected with something. It doesn't have to be with these specific words, but something greater than yourself. That's all I realized. And then once you can connect with that greater thing, create a principle, create um, rules and guidelines for yourself. That's what Kabbalion is for, right? But it gets deeper as you get to mystical Kabbalah, as you get into more Dion Fortune books, or um, Manly P. Halls, or Kenneth. Uh, I forgot his last name, but yeah, things of that sorts. But yeah, just believe and keep going. That's all I have to say, and just face what you have to face and know where it's coming from. Because sometimes when you're facing these things and you don't know exactly where it's coming from, you will get through the problem in the intermediate, but in the long term, it's still gonna like mess you up. And that's what I realized that messed me up for the longest terms is facing these things but not knowing the details of like what did I exactly face or where did it come from. These compartments is important, definitely when you're dealing with NLP, of like, but yeah, that's all.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Thank you for that. So it's like when you're feeling any type of resistance, right? And this is what I heard from you. When you're feeling any type of resistance, I think probably the knee jerk reaction is just to respond to that resistance. But what you're talking about is taking the time to analyze where exactly that resistance is coming from. Am I feeling resistance in my body? Am I feeling resistance in my emotions? Is it my memories, my thought process? And identifying that resistance gives you the opportunity to not just respond, not just react, but to actually do something about it, right? Potentially even change it once and for all. And even though it doesn't have to sound spooky or mystical, I mean, that is elemental magic, right? And that's a huge part of it. And on the other side is like what you were talking about as far as building that foundation, that spiritual connection that you talked about. Like, isn't that the root of spiritual authority? Having some type of ideal and actually constructing a framework that you can communicate with that ideal and allow that ideal to transform you in
Hmm.
such a way that you can operate with authority.
And it's taking it from In all honesty, this is the reason why in the Bible, right? Because I remember we had that one on one, and you said you were getting deeper in the Bible, and I told you something told me, but when it's not because you're going back Christian, it's because you understand the strength in it, right? So just because of that, I already knew, like, you know what? This stuff has been repeating in my mind for a longest because this is what got me into this occults, and I wasn't the person that, like, before I speak about that, because I don't want to diss or make nobody feel any lesser. Because our words hold power. But how do I say this? In the mm, it doesn't just take religion to awaken someone. It literally can be anything that is higher than that person's thoughts. And what I'm realizing is it's the fact that we think these thoughts at times are not just thoughts, but beliefs are greater and not equal with ourselves, that we don't take on this power. So, like, for example, to be specific in my life on how I realize that is, like, I'm reading these books, I'm doing these practices, but I'm separating it from reality. Now, after doing these practices for so long, I'm realizing it's a part of reality. Does that make sense? Like, nothing separates it really from reality. Like, I'm realizing that the spiritual practices is just quote unquote spiritual practices is just an addition to this reality for me to be able to be in that power that I'm seeking. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about that power is it's not of it doesn't answer that question immediately of do we have do we have ultimate freedom, or do we have that question that everybody goes through, that do we have ultimate control, right? Because once you get into that certain position of power, you start realizing it's not about control, it's not about the ego control, it's more about, like, the things that must be done because it's going to fulfill you in general, and that control doesn't even matter at all. You get what I'm saying? Like, that control of, like, okay, egotistically, I must make my life this way for me to feel empowered, because now once you faced all those elementals, they're there to work for you, so they make life easier. So now the ego is, for me, what I've realized is at ease. It's more like, okay, cool, I can identify without judging because of fear or because of uh different defensive tactics that fear brings. You know what I'm saying? I can just see things for what it is and allow it to happen. And now you attract, not just attract, I don't, certain words just, because of what's trending, just sounds a certain way. So I'm like stuck with just, but yeah, it you don't just attract, but it comes because you are. That's it. Because you are, and it's hard to just say it because I'm experiencing it. But the longer I experience it, I can break it down more for people. But yeah, so that's all I gotta say. I don't know. Sorry about that, Trev.
All good, all good. I mean, that's one of the big keys about manifestation, right? You manifest what you are, not what you want. You manifest what you are, and that goes right back to the beliefs.
But even if it, what I realize is that sometimes the things that you want, if it's not, if it deals with not just with the inner child, but if it's aligned, sometimes the things that you do want can be aligned, even if you're still messing up in life, and it's just coming to that realization. Like there's that book, not the, is it The Alchemist? Where he goes on a journey and then he realized the journey was at home the whole time. There's a book like that. I think it's called The Alchemist, right? And sometimes the when we doubt ourselves, right? And these are like, this is what I realized with dealing with myself. My um airy thoughts, so to say, my airplane thoughts, right? The plane that deals with air for everybody else. But that though my airy thoughts can be in a negative way, a s- it can be more putting me down to make me not do something. Whereas if the positive way can be inspiring something, it and it's crazy how it intertwines, because it's like through the course that Trav teaches, the last one that he just released, you realize it's not just you realize, I kind of knew it before because of other books, but in because I've been dealing with Trav for 2 to 3 years, but it's also just these planes intertwine together, right? So sometimes, for example, my thoughts can grab something from my emotions and use it against me, but it's not that it's to, it's not in a way to be like, oh, I'm against you. It's more so like, hey, you have something to do that you want, right? And sometimes you think it's can come from ego, but it's actually soul too. And you might feel crazy, but this is how we work at times, right? And these are the interest kits of understanding the elementals and how these things, and this is why NLP is also important, because this is why you can feel a little crazy, because you're not placing these things correctly in the mind. Now, when you finally place these things correctly, you can feel sane. You can actually have more control of your day. If you're more wild and chaotic, which is Aries and Libra, I'm in Aries, right? And there's different spirits or different, we all can tap into these different energies, right? So there's times where you can feel like an Aries or a Libra, where it's wild and chaotic in the brain, but it's to be able to control these and put them in certain in their correct compartments that fits your perspective towards your goals, towards the things that you want, towards the things that align with your higher self. And it's to understand the breakdown of all those. It sounds like a lot of work, but once you got them done, they're done. All you have to do is follow it. All you have to do is follow it. You can make a mistake, but you at least have everything written down that you need to follow. That's what's more important. It's to to be a mini god is to have your own rules, regulation, guidelines, and things of these sorts, and the understanding of the overall rules, regulation, guidelines, and things of those sorts. But yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Just like Saturn. That's why Saturn is where it is on the tree of life. You said to be your own God. This is where you're creating your own rules, regulations, your own framework by which reality is based upon. And that's true enough to be true. Because that you're essentially what you're doing is you're creating a matrix, right? When you're at a certain level where you can create the rules of reality and reality follows by them, you're there, right? Because before that point, you're bound to rules that are outside of you. You're bound to the you're bound to the rules of what the president's going to do when they get in office. You're bound to the rules of what your mom and dad said you can or can't do. You're bound to the rules of your culture, and we don't do that over here. And you got to do this if you want to be one of us. All those rules, like and people never question it. You know what I'm saying? They just go along with it. But there is a reality when you construct your own rules. You live by those rules, and the outside world conforms to those rules. If you think this is bizarre, just look at the successful people in this world. Look at the successful people. They create the rules for their success, and they live through them, by them. It's a process, of course, but yeah.
But the process is worth it at the end of the day, man. Once it's done. Like I said, and 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 just to say, like I said before, it's just mini God. I didn't say true God because it's like you still have to adapt and expand to nature expanding itself. That's still important. That's that Jupiter aspect. You know, that's very important. So there's also still things that's going while you're living that's still going to challenge you, challenge your mindset, challenge your framework, and you must maintain it, but also adapt and be able to adapt. Because if something does change and you don't adapt, you're just gonna fall subject to it.
I think a good analogy or comparison would be like game developers. Like, say, I talk about The Sims all the time. I play The Sims. It's a game. It's developed. It's a game, and within that game, there's people that create mods, right? So we are co-creators, is what we are. Right now, we're creating mods to adjust reality the way that we prefer it to be. That's a level, and there's success at that level. But there's a level where you're creating your own game, right? Capital G God creates the game. Lowercase God creates mods. And then there's an even higher level than the game developer, right? Somebody had to create Mac and PC. Somebody had to create the Xbox, PlayStation, right? It keeps
Mhm.
expanding like that. So it's good to know where you are so you can make the best out of that situation. And if it's in your karma, you can access that Jupiter aspect and ascend to the next level, right? Because Jupiter represents the guru, represents the way maker. When you think of somebody like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and Elon Musk and anybody, Jeff Bezos, all these folks who are like, the Facebook guy, people have a lot of money and they create something that people come into and expand within it. That's hardcore Jupiter energy.
If you want me to be honest with you, I was just talking to my gnosis about this, man. Donald Trump, his moon sign is Sagittarius.
I wonder what his
Ju-
sun side is. And
his sun sign is Gemini. You already know it.
where's Gemini right now? Or Jupiter's in Gemini right now.
Is it?
So yeah, that's that double whammy right there.
Oh, snap. You know what I realized too? So I don't know if you're into numerology, Trev, but I was talking to my gnosis. No, I didn't tell him this part. So Trump, I don't really care about who's president, right? I feel like that's all happening for a reason. I can care less, but I just like to see what's going on because it matches everything, right? Like for
Yeah, they
example,
need to.
um, in numerology, nine is Mars energy. It's more towards the Scorpio, though, the transformation, right? So next year, if you add up 2025, it adds up to the number nine. The last time Trump was president was 2016. He turned to president, it was the number nine. Exactly. And it's crazy because he's Jupiter and a lot of things are coming to change. And this whole year you've been talking about major change and people need to get up on it and things of that sorts. So y'all, and honestly, finances are changing because I'm into the financial department. Crypto will be the future. I'm not saying for y'all to invest in it, do whatever y'all want to do, but educate yourselves, but it's already being used, but like things are changing, and I'm saying I just brought up crypto just because it's a part of the change, not for y'all to like ask me questions, but at the end of the day, like but at the end of the day, like, change is really happening, y'all. Like, take these things serious, because like from what I see, and it's once again, it's not your enemy. From my perspective, um I believe things are going to get harder for people in their control of their attention. Um, and I feel like that's very important. Y'all need to center and really meditate and really get into understanding these elementals, because if you allow them to get chaotic, you will be chaotic yourself, you know? And it's not to control, but to also help them grow. Now, if you can't help them grow, what's the other thing that they can only do is also what? Like, you know what I'm saying? Descend with you. So, yeah, it's not to scare you. Don't be scared. But yeah,
Ain't no fur over here.
hell no.
That should be the response.
It's never too late. I feel like it's never too late. But at the same time, like, put that time in, man. Even when time is harder, it's still gonna you still have time to do it. Do whatever you have to do, but it's just gonna, it's gonna be a harder time because there's gonna be more things taking your focus away what you can do, right? Like, we have jobs now. Some people have kids, some people have this, some people have that. There's going to be more things that Prakriti is going to try to help you wake up to see your own potential. That's the purpose. It's a bitch, but it's a bitch because it loves you. That's it. And it's not a bitch in a bad way. I love Kali Ma. Come on now. That motherfucker cut my head off.
That's her way, right? You look at nature, and by the way, peace, Ace. Peace. Welcome. You look at
Peace.
nature, this is how she operates. When the baby bird is disabled or got a small wing and a big wing, what does she do? She throws him out the nest in hopes that he dies, right? It's mercy. It's mercy. When these animals have babies that don't make the cut, they eat them, they kill them, they end them quickly. That's the way of nature, and it's always been that way, even for humans up until recently. And it shows that Prakriti is not this sweet, you know what I'm saying, like, oh, flowers and oh, it's flowers, but some of them flowers have thorns and poison and can cause your throat and eyes to swell up to where you suffocate. It's not just about love in a human sense. Sometimes, I mean, okay, you got to see it from the occult perspective, right? Because to be born is a death sentence. This is why Saturn connects with the Grim Reaper. This is why the gate of her womb is death. To be born is a death sentence. So it's mercy to go back to where you came from. But while you're here, it suits you to see the world how it is and not for how you want it to be. Now, how you want it to be has a place because you can help to make those rules and regulations to create your own system, right? But until you get to that level, you got to respect the game as it is.
Hmm. Basically, if you're in life and you're in an illusion of trying to make a pumpkin pie, but life is telling you that, hey, I'm giving you the things to make apple, and it's still gonna make you happy, like make you happy, the same feeling that you want from that pumpkin, but you have to just make that apple pie. But if you're eating the apple pie and you still believe like that pumpkin would have made you feel better, you're not gonna enjoy it. Just take what you need to and enjoy it, man. Trust me.
Hello, hello. Oh, yeah. It looks like my internet cut off.
Is there anyone alive out there?
Testing, testing. 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Can anyone hear me?
Testing, testing. 1, 2.
We can hear you.
Is there anyone alive out there?
Oh,
There's nobody there, sir. Lord have mercy. I have never in my life had to go through so much. But that's okay. That's fine. We're going to get it straightened out at some point.
absolutely,
Oh, was that a
absolutely.
confirmation?
Oh, I can't tell if you can hear us or not.
Can y'all hear me? I think they can hear you.
I can hear you, girl.
Yeah, I think everybody can hear you then.
Okay. I'm having technical difficulties.
Ace is typing right now. Ace, you know we can hear you, right?
No, actually. I mean, no one's saying anything.
Oh no, I can hear you. I can hear you. My fault. My
Oh,
fault.
wonderful.
He's the
Okay.
one that's frozen.
Testing.
I don't know what's going on with his stuff.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Oh, I'm not on
9.
YouTube, so I don't know if they can hear us actually. Hold on. It looks like they can hear us.
Curve, you can hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
What
You're
up?
good.
What up? Looks like we're just gonna have this conversation between you and I. You're both audible. Okay.
All right, there
Wonderful.
you go. Go ahead.
Thanks, Lasange. Okay, so I think it's Trav that's messing up. Okay. Whew, good to know. I can hear everybody. Okay, wonderful. Well, I was trying to get this figured out when I was listening to you, Curve. You can still hear me though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was listening to you. I only heard a little bit because I've gone through I don't know how many different apps and tabs and all that. But I agree with what you were saying. Again, I
Hmm.
kind of halfway heard it, but with the whole everyone has to get their shit together and make sure they meditate and be spiritual. That's true. We have to remember we have to put certain things into context, like the fact that like shit 90% or more of the majority of the population on earth is not really doing the deep spiritual stuff, and everyone comes to it on their own time.
Hmm.
I have begun to think that there's not going to be like one huge apocalypse. I mean, there may be, but I really do think everyone comes to certain levels of ascension on their own time, and this world is going to keep moving as it's moving. But I think there is a slow, very slow, um, I think there's slow progress. You know, we all know it's trendy to say spiritual things and whatnot and to be woke, but I think we are making progress. We just have to focus on ourselves because I mean, everyone will get there when they're supposed to get there. So no matter what present, no matter what's happening, it's all good at the end of the day. Just remember that. Heard? Agreed?
Nah, I agree with you. I still will say this, like, the reason why I said it the way I said it is because the people that I hear and that are actually listening, right? Let's just say there's 100 people. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know because I'm not looking at YouTube, but at least 5% of those people, right? Because I'm into business, so this is what we believe in. At least 5 to 10% of those people, their soul, they're having dreams or something that's telling them like, "Hey, get on it," you know. So that's the
Mm-hmm.
message for those people that need to get on it. For the others, that's like, "Okay, cool. I'm here to listen. I'm here to learn, but my time will come." Cool. That's just for them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Understood.
But yeah, I just know how it is to like,
Yeah, that's Carol.
okay, I should be like doing meditation. I'm not telling everybody they have to meditate. Some people might do Tai Chi and they get the same results or something else, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
as
yeah.
you're just speaking, you're giving encouragement to those who have been really hearing it in their spirit, but yet they still may be not moving.
Yeah.
Nice encouragement. It's always needed.
Sometimes sometimes we ask for a voice, but that voice always been there. We just don't listen, you know?
Yeah. So, let's see. I guess I'll just talk about what's been on my mind today. Definitely this past week, gratitude has been heavy on my mind because it's good in general. Of course, everyone knows. Make sure they are practicing gratitude every day. But specifically for me, when I'm in the middle of bringing a certain manifestation into fruition, gratitude, you're tested on how you can stay focused on gratitude even more. So with me, I mean, I've been writing about it. So um, with me, I am clearly defining what gratitude actually means to me, and I'm finding different ways, new ways to actually practice it actively. And I just think it's darn near half of the success in bringing anything into fruition. Not all the time, because shoot, I've manifested things that I've wanted when all I was focused on was that, and it was like I was straight up just angry or sad, and I commanded something to happen. Lord have mercy. Hope y'all don't hear the outside noise. Um, I've manifested things without being focused on gratitude. So when you pair your spiritual progress and gratitude and staying focused, it's gonna come to fruition. So gratitude is huge, huge, huge. I think a few times out of the year, it's good to add new practices, new creative ways to actually practice it. You don't have to just always write. You don't have to just always speak. But I don't know. Come up with a symbol for gratitude. I mean, whatever you want. But gratitude is huge. And today specifically, I woke up thinking to use my resources because I realize I have not been using my resources to the best of my ability, and it has actually caused certain aspects of my life to be stagnant. So I woke up today and I'm like, you know what? Here I am complaining about this and that, and there are resources just available to me. So those two things are huge that will help when you're in the process of manifesting something, really anything, but especially the major things that you have never even stepped into yet, like things that are on a whole nother level. Anyway.
You know, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you first brought up gratitude and then you brought up realizing your resources. If you're
Uh-huh.
not if you're not grateful, if you're not in a positive mind frame, you
Mm-hmm.
won't be able to see the things, those opportunities that you can actually take.
You won't.
So it follows one by one, yeah.
Mm-hmm. This
And
is true.
sometimes these things, like, honestly, because I've been through a lot of negative and I see more positive happening now, definitely after psychomancy. I've been in the last three courses that Trav put out. But um some of these negative things you do have to accept as yourself, and realize where they come from. That's where I'm bringing back that understanding from each plane, right? Like, if you're wanting a relationship but you're attracting a certain type of person, you have to realize inwardly where that's coming from within
Mm,
yourself. Or it can be like, this is just an example, but it can be like, man or woman, you're experiencing someone and they're causing you hurt. If they're causing you hurt, is it coming from a childhood trauma of, like, you accepting hurt because, like, you accepted what your family, your parents, your cousin, all these people did to you? Or is it coming from, are the sources, when you can realize these things, then you'll be able to face it and be able to be strong enough to say, okay, I don't deserve this, or I am making this more than a problem because they're not loving me the way I want them to love me, right? So sometimes it can be those two issues. It can be a trauma
mm,
response of something that's triggering you to not leave, or something that's triggering you to cause you to react and respond in a way where you're not showing your true value to yourself, not to that person. It doesn't matter what the other person thinks, more to yourself, you
yeah.
know?
Yeah. Yeah. And from personal experience, when it comes to things not going well in a relationship, like if you're hurt by what they're doing, shoot, I've been looking back at relationships a lot the past few weeks, and this specific one, there was definitely verbal abuse throughout the relationship from the other person, and at some point physical abuse. And I realized, looking back, if I had just slowed the fuck down, I was constantly just moving when it came to my everyday life. And I have a history of getting into relationships very fast. So if you just slow down and pay attention, you'll be able to recognize, hey, this is what's really happening. Like, you'll pick up on the manipulation quicker and actually then be able to handle it, whether you just leave or you talk it out or whatever, if you just slow down.
Yeah, but also you have to ask
That's just
yourself,
me
why did you?
personally.
No, I agree with you, but what made you stay also
Oh, I
after
mean
that
the
one
the,
time?
the good stuff. I mean the good stuff. Yeah, I mean we
But
there I never had someone who vibed with me on the level that he did. So the good stuff. And I mean I'm a forgiving person. So that.
I get you.
But you're right. Like when it comes to this, there really is always childhood trauma or some type of shadow work to do when you're faced with something that you put up with that you shouldn't. I To piggyback off of what you were saying as far as past trauma, I would let me think. Have there been any past? Maybe. I can see. Yeah, there have been times in the past where other people, just in other types of relationships, were verbally abusive to me, and I didn't. Oh, well, yeah, okay, yeah. From a parent, I can definitely see that. When I was a child, there was verbal abuse, and I was a child. I didn't really have any support on how to handle it. So, hmm,
You
possibly
just
my
stuck.
childhood
All you can do
self.
is stick around, right?
Yeah, yeah. So that.
So
I'm sure that played a part in
there.
me.
Mhm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There you go.
So all these things connect to something, but it's not just like on a cycle. It's not just physically psychological. It's also deeper than that, you know.
There's
And
always
these
levels.
Yeah, there's and sometimes this is why NLP takes a lot of more work. It's not to scare anybody. Once again, it's worth it. But once you get to that point of asking yourself these deeper questions, we can compartmentalize these things and put them in where they need to be so that we can align with the things that we actually want. And what I realize is the more you deal with these your own blockages, right? We like to label them traumas, but the more we like to deal with our own blockages, you'll start to see like the more you start removing or dealing with these blockages, the more your, so to say, your manifesting power becomes clear. Because there's times where I want something and it happens, like literally it just happens, like literally within 2 minutes. And there's other times where that manifestation takes longer, right? Because there's other things that I haven't faced
Yep.
that's entangled with that manifestation that has to deal with beliefs, that has to deal with, it can
Habits.
deal habits, emotions, right? And sometimes to change these habits, we have to change something within our emotional plane or change something within our mental plane to truly align ourselves, even if it comes down to the point where like, yeah, these things are all just physical changes, but even down to the point of trying to align ourselves with our higher selves, right? The
Mm-hmm.
maybe I can be wrong, but from what I'm understanding is the reason why trying to manifest a lifestyle in the physical realm is of lower magic is because it's more of the lower ego, you know? Whereas
Hmm.
if when you connect with the higher self, it's higher magic because now you're not just doing things for self. You're like yourself physically, you're doing things for things that's going to actually impact others. When I say impact others, it's like how, each cell impacts each other cell in the body type of thing.
Right.
And it doesn't matter that you know who or how you impact, but it just happens because you're aligned with these higher things. But in a way, manifesting these, it, it's not a evil, but it's a good evil in its own way to be able to through that manifesting your own material life, not fully. It doesn't have to be fully. You can manifest enough of the material life that you want, just enough to get to that point of like, okay, cool, I'm ready to get to the higher side. But then you have to realize like, okay, you know what? For example, this is a small example. Some people might need, they can reach a level where they manifest 100 million. Some people might just need to manifest 200 million, 200K. Some people might need just 50K a year. Some people might need 25K a
Yeah.
year, and they still are able to reach that higher self, to reach that fulfillment that they need in life. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? It,
Yes.
but it takes all these corrective actions. Sometimes our that ego might tell you, "Oh yeah, I need that lifestyle that is being portrayed on social media or something," you know,
Mm-hmm.
and and that can be a blockage within itself for you to even be happy, you know. But I
Yeah.
rest my case. Sorry, I've been talking for a while.
Yeah. Don't. Please don't do that. Don't say sorry. You have not been talking. Even that, honestly, I've thought about the fact that you know how it's really a common thing for people to say sorry, and even just that small thing right there, you need to look into. It could be super super deep, or it could be somewhat deep, but not, you need to look into that because that is actually a common thing for people to say sorry. Like, where did you get that just from as a society thing, or is it something again
It's
from
family thing. I
childhood?
get you. I know where it comes from. I know
But
exactly
anyway,
where it
I'm
comes
I'm
from.
I'm
Yeah.
saying, man, we have to look at literally everything we do and we think and wonder why and how and where it came from. And I had a thought. Oh, okay. So again, with this particular manifestation that I'm in the process of working on, I have been getting better, a lot better at my visualizations and my meditations and whatnot. And the truth is, you really can't. The thing about this whole really being someone who's ascending spiritually and really getting this whole practice of quote unquote magic down, it's not truly done at the highest level. Again, it's trendy because certain words can be said, and social media can make it attractive and whatnot. But the people who are really doing the nitty gritty, there's a few of us, because you really have to look at so many angles. Like, I've been doing better from one angle, but I have not really been diving deep into my shadow work until recently. And that's a huge part of why it hasn't manifested yet. Just a part of why it hasn't manifested. So you can't just think doing one uh, looking at one angle or getting better. Even when you're getting better at one angle of it, it's gonna come into fruition. Now, sometimes, again, like I said, I've done it before, but to really get this down pat, manifesting things down here, you have to accept shadow work is a must, as as well as the other magical stuff that you do. The mantras and all this type of stuff. Like, you have to accept it's part of the package. So my
I 100% agree.
focusing on gratitude thing has come from me realizing that this is going to take some time. I'm going to look
Honestly.
at every angle of this, and that's really where the gratitude came from. Like, there were parts where I was frustrated and like, okay, why is this not happening? This is not just something for me. This is major. This is a beautiful thing that I'm working on here. Why is it not happening yet? And I quickly got away from that because I'm like, you know what? There's always something else to look at. So the shadow work is incredibly important. I cannot stress that enough. Travis has talked about that enough. So you really just, again, being someone who does quote unquote magic, you have to accept that you always have to approach, to really be a master at manifesting things down here. You have to always approach each angle equally. You can't just skip it, even when there's progress on one side. That makes sense, right? And I feel like I'm repeating myself, but
No, it makes
you know,
sense.
yeah.
Honestly, I agree. Um, I came to the conclusion that people are going to face shadow work no matter what, because your karma is your karma. So
Hmm.
whatever you have to face, you're going to face endlessly, right? If you don't face it in that moment, it's going to be continuous test anyways until
Yeah.
you face it. Until
Yeah.
you face that person that keep it can be different people until you face a spirit that keeps cussing you out and you don't know how to handle your anger. It's going to keep happening until you handle that anger, until you know where that anger is coming from and why you should not be feeling anger because of what a person did or what a person said, and realize your own power. There's a reason to everything that happens in our lives, and it's to awaken that power within us, because for the Christian people, we are made in that image, right?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
if we are made in that image, obviously, each situation we have to act tactically or strategically or be aware
I,
of what can or cannot happen and be able to handle that situation the best way possible. Now, it's never to assume the situation, because when you assume, and I've realized this the past 2, 3 weeks, assuming can, yes, sometimes the logical can present a lot of probabilities and a higher probabilities, but there's times where it doesn't happen within a logical. So how are you
hmm.
going to operate? So just be prepared to be able to adapt in a higher way
Hmm.
to a situation also. So
Hmm.
it's not just, oh, be aware, oh, I seen this happen 100 times, it's gonna happen again. It's just to be within that power, to be able to be powerful enough to adapt, to be able to be um meek enough to adapt also. But yeah.
Yeah. Preparation and adaptability are words that have definitely come up. definitely come up recently for me. And it's just that you said that really well. I need to actually write that down. If you're made in, whatever you consider to be God, if you consider yourself to be made in that image, you have to be able to work tactively like that. Like, however you phrased it, that was very well said. That's true. Again, why it's not done, by many, because you you have to get out of just, acting like a basic human. You really have to be strategic in everything that you do, not just one day, not just a week, not just the days you feel great. You have to literally live that lifestyle. So, yep, this is not for the weak at all.
Exactly. Trav has been gone though.
Yeah.
What
Hmm.
state are you in?
Currently, I'm on the west side. I'm in Oregon. Cannot wait to get back
Um,
home. I'm a Georgia girl. Okay.
that's where I'm planning on going. I'm in Florida right now, but we'll
Nice.
see. We'll see if that happens.
I mean, you'll get there when you're supposed to get there. Have you
Yeah.
visited at least?
Mm, no, I recently just not recently. I've been back for like a year now. I was in Las Vegas,
Hmm.
but I like to live in different states, experience different things.
You're a nomad like me.
Kind of, in a way. I want to go more out of country, but yeah,
Right.
yeah.
How on earth is it living in Vegas? Like, what is it? What's the stuff? Is it just what we hear on TV as far as, oh, living in Vegas is wild? I mean, it's clearly not just Las Vegas, the city where all the casinos are. Is it like a legit suburban area? Like, how is it over there?
It's a city like everybody, like every place else. I mean, it's the desert, so you just have desert things
Heard.
more so to do. Um, but out there, it's more, I would say, free spirited.
Hmm.
Yeah, people. I'll say businessy, but also very like let go if you're into the environment out there.
In like a California way? Not that I even know. I haven't been to California yet.
In
What
a
do you mean?
Florida, California, like how do I explain it? it? It's like Florida, but what can you do in the desert? Also, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I have heard it's interesting. I've heard of people talking about different states here. Like, they talk about Cali, they talk about Washington and Nevada and whatnot. I hear that they, I guess, like motorsports. I'm not sure what it's technically called. People get out, people, whatever people do in the desert with their trucks and whatever the fuck. I don't know how to say it exactly, but I guess they're very outdoorsy. Is that what you
Yeah,
mean as far as free
yeah,
spirited? But in the desert?
yeah, yeah. But okay, so me being from Florida and then going to the West Coast, um, you know, I learned about like shrooms. I learned about acid, all that shit. Me being from Florida, I didn't know about that shit because I was
Okay.
like mainly in like the hood type shit. So when I got to Vegas, I was like, oh, acid. Oh, okay. Then I learned about crystals. Then I got into like different things.
So
So
yeah, it sounds like Cali from what I've heard or seen.
in a way, cheaper. It's cheaper than Cali though. But yeah,
Everything's cheaper than California and New York,
yeah,
apparently.
yeah, yeah. But there's a spiritual community out there.
That's good
Big
to know.
spiritual community out there. So I don't know. I think that's everywhere though, you know?
Yeah, there's a community everywhere. I intend to travel a little bit more here in the US, and then I'm gone. When I come back here, it'll only be to visit. I can't wait to leave this country. But I'm
What makes you want to leave so bad?
well, one, I like to experience different areas of the world and whatnot. I mean, I have not traveled at all in my life, and I mean, barely at all. And so I just want to, I love nature. And even though this whole world looks the same pretty much, I just love to be outside. That's one. Two, I get to actually practice the languages that I'm learning. I'm starting with Spanish and French, so I want to be somewhere where they actually speak it. And so, and I mean, I intend to have 2 to 3 headquarters in my life, two to three homes. So I'm excited to travel to see where I'm going to build my land or build my home on my land because I'm going to end up in the middle of, somewhere one day. So that's a big part of it. I love people and, I just want to connect with people and connect with nature and find out where I'm about to be at. That's all.
Gotcha. Are you in his latest mentorship? I forgot what it's called.
No. You talking about Trav?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
I will soon be actually joining, classes and things like that. Is membership different from classes?
It could be the same thing. I could be just separating them two.
Just
But
wondering. Okay.
I believe so. Yeah. Yeah. I believe it's the same thing.
Okay.
Okay. Just wondering. Have you been through any of his classes or mentorships?
It was a few years ago. Can't remember what it was called, but it was definitely where we had started with 101 chats and I literally I didn't even do all my sessions. So inconsistent. And so I had my first talk about just what was going on with me and where I felt stuck. And from there I've just been on videos or watching videos and whatnot. I haven't done any of the actual,
Work.
courses. Yeah, courses with everyone else. But I mean, hasn't stopped me and I will be there one day, so one day soon. So
What's stopping you now?
money. But
Uh,
that's not even a good excuse. But I also just even looking back at lately I have been looking at, okay, I could even refine what I'm doing with my funds right now. But even with that, I just haven't felt the need to yet because Travis has said he's given so many foundational keys and just overall, like he said so much stuff. I'm sticking with that and what I, do with myself. That's enough for me right now. When I, feel the need, okay, like, okay, I really, 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 really want to do this course, soon in the future, then I will. But there hasn't been certain courses have really caught my attention and been, I could do that. But it's just not, I don't need to yet, There's so much
yeah.
work I can be doing now. And it's just like, man, he said enough just from his videos.
What sign are you?
I'm sorry.
What sign are you?
Take a wild guess.
I can't.
Take a guess.
I just said don't assume.
You don't have any guesses at all?
Uh-uh.
Lord have mercy. Well, I couldn't give you one if I tried. Um, okay. What element do you think I am?
I'm not gonna guess.
Oh, come on. That's no fun.
I'm sorry. Got to stick by principles.
I'm a Cancer.
Ah, okay. I'm not saying like I know anything. I'm just saying okay.
I'm a Cancer. I really want to figure out this sidereal chart because I want to be aware of the lunar. And I guess sidereal has to do with the sun, obviously. But when I found out about the sidereal chart, I'm like, that's more not accurate, quote unquote, but it's more, I guess, I think fixed as far as what's going
Sidereal is
on.
Vedic, right?
I believe so, yeah. So I really want
Uh,
to. I
Vedic
looked it
deals
up,
with more lunar.
yeah. So I looked it up, and I have no clue how to read that whole page that came out. But I am Cancer, Aries, Cancer, Gemini, and Cancer again.
Oh wow,
As far as so, I have a heck of a lot of Cancer going on.
got you.
What about you? Go ahead, tell me.
my My Aries sun, Cancer moon.
Ah, nice. Yeah, I love the fire. I mean, I just,
I get the chaotic, but it's good to have a system. It's very important to have that earth, that system, and that
yeah,
detail. Honestly,
heard. Yeah, I mean, everyone definitely needs Earth if you're down here. I mean, shoot, you down here. But I definitely always resonate with fire and water signs. There he is.
I've been waiting for Trav.
I mean, we knew he was gonna come back. There's no rush.
I didn't know. I'm not
You
trying to
didn't
say.
know? Oh, you have no faith.
It's not about faith.
Okay. Okay.
Apparently, the elementals forces needed to hear the messages that you guys were relaying. So,
That's what I figured. Honestly, I swear
yeah.
I
Well,
figured that.
I'm glad you came back because I a big part of the reason why I have not jumped online is because I sometimes, and this is the past, I don't think this way anymore. It's just like, fuck it. I have considered myself not to be as, adept, may be the right word, or as deep as some of y'all who are usually on here. But then I thought to myself, you know what? There is a lot that I resonate with y'all, for one. Two, it's not that deep. Three, there's always something that I could say and bring to the table. So, but I say that because I'm glad you did come back because I want you to start a different subject. Oh, how are you, by the way? You good? I mean, I don't expect you to say God, I'm horrible, but you good?
Oh yeah. I had a little accident. It hurt really, really bad.
What kind of accident?
Well, I was
If you
walking
want to
out.
share.
Was walking out on my back porch, and we've got this wooden fence. What is it? It's like a dock, I guess. You know, it's up and it's wooden and it goes down. Anyways, the gate broke off, so we had it laying up against the house. I think somebody moved it for whatever reason. Anyways, I'm out walking, and boom, I kick the gate, and it catches my toenail, and it rips it off, and it
Oh
hurts
no.
so bad. Oh my god, it hurts so bad. Like,
The whole toenail?
Dang.
it went up like 90 degrees, and like, I don't know, the pain was really,
Oh
I
no.
haven't felt like pain in so long, so that was like a fresh reminder of,
You're
oh
still
my
in
god,
this human form.
so terrible. So now my OnlyFans career is on hold, and
Mm-hmm. You know what? If they're loyal, they will still be there
I don't know with that big
through
toe.
through your
If that big
recovery.
toe
I
messed up,
think
man, your toe pictures are fucked up, Trav.
crap.
they'll support the other 9. I promise you.
The other night, the other night. Well,
Mm-hmm.
anyways, I had to sit down and just sleep. I couldn't do nothing. Like, I don't know.
Wow.
And it's like, it seems small, but it's like even just walking to the kitchen, and I have stairs everywhere out to the house, so it's like going up the stairs and down the stairs. It hurts ridiculously. And I've just been looking at different ways to like make sure I'm healing it right.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, it's not gonna attach itself. It's gonna have to just fall off. So I'm gonna be bald on that big toe. But
Hmm.
anyways, outside of that, I mean, everything's copacetic.
What's okay? I have more questions about that. Never mind. But never mind.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too. I'm
Make
like,
sure
yo, do you feel like
you're
there's a
healing.
deeper meaning about it?
No, I mean, I was just thinking like I went through something like that, very similar, like very, and I think it was a toenail, and that sucker lifted, like you said. I wasn't like going through recovery days afterward, but I'm trying to think. It must not have. I feel like it was more. It felt like it was more serious than it was, but I don't know. When something like that happens, wouldn't you have some blood that needs to
Hmm.
like the blood? You know what's it called? The dried up blood. Anyway, I don't know, but you said it did a 90 degree angle, and you said you sure it's gonna have to come off completely?
Yeah, I just checked today. It is not reattaching.
Oh no. Mm. Well,
He's been
you will
working it
find
so
the
hard,
meaning
his
in that
toes going through
later in life.
transformation.
Yeah.
I missed that joke completely.
Sorry.
Does
I
am
mean,
I the only one that gets hungry for every time they drink tea, like hot tea?
uh,
Any kind of hot tea.
maybe. I mean, I
Yeah,
haven't.
it's okay. I always get hungry every time I drink tea. I don't like it. I don't appreciate that. It's like I'm drinking coffee. I don't. If I want to sip something, I just want to sip something. I don't want to always have to eat something. Anyway, it's just a random thought. Just a random thought.
I've really been coming to terms with how this phase of my life is going. Um, I think for a little while I kind of got stuck chasing a previous stage before I realized that it's not about going backwards, right? No matter how high or how great, it's about taking what was learned and all those previous slices of time. So I talked earlier about memory and the Akashic records, right? Like the 12-year-old you is still here, the 25-year-old you is still here, the 31-year-old you is still here. All those yous still exist, and they all have something to contribute to who you are today. Even if who you are today doesn't outwardly resemble who you were, it's still a part of this structure. So even though I outwardly don't feel like I'm doing as much as I was at a previous time, I still have to recognize the work that I am doing, why it is as valid, if not more, and what this means going forward. Um, I guess this is my little hang up. I guess I compare myself to myself, and
As you should.
I don't like the comparison right now. So I'm trying to figure out: is it something I need to do? Am I doing something wrong? Did I lose something? That's always the first thought. Did I lose something? Did I lose something? But I'm having to remind myself and remember, like, it's not about wins and losses. It's about evolution. You're here for a reason.
Mm.
This is necessary. Prakriti needs you like this right now.
Mm, yeah.
Sometimes, what's that? There's a saying. What's that? When a person, that person that pulls a bow and arrow backwards, sometimes you get pulled backwards so you can get project out even more forward. You know, you
Mm,
might be taking this chill break and not spamming as much on YouTube or reading as much as you used to because the information is getting more in depth. And this in depth, you might be needing to connect it to where people at other levels can understand it also. You never know. So, so a mixture of like real life things that other people can understand that you can relate it with might be needing to happen so that you can tell it in the best way possible so that you can even expand even more further. That's just what happens, that
mm-hmm.
what is it called, that the back and forth, Trev, ah, the pendulum, it might just be that, man.
Yeah.
You've been going hard for years. That
For
other
real.
side, that break, and that, you know back to inner seeking the way you started is probably needed right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like when you realize that you need a break from, being social on the internet, there's always a rest point, a rest period. You just have to hone in on the time where you need to just rest and make sure you're open to receiving whatever messages your higher self has for you. You don't always have to keep going 1,000% in every, area. You don't.
I i agree, but sometimes
As
what
long
I'm
as you
trying to
have the
say,
foundation, excuse me, certain foundational things down.
100%, I agree. But to add to that, like, I feel like sometimes these rest periods are not just the illusion of rest periods. You're like, in the inertia, there's still activity happening.
Mm-hmm.
That's helping you expand, even though it does feel like it's Saturn limiting you in a certain way, right? Like that action of Saturn, that energy of Saturn trying to limit you. I still feel like there's still expansion happening, but it's so subtle that you have to be able to realize it.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like he just froze again.
He did. That's why I said it's good to. Goodness, I want him to hear this. It's good to make sure you're open to receiving messages from your higher self because, like, there's definitely always things going on, even though you may feel like you're at rest here. So, as long as you have your meditative foundation on point, that's really the number one thing you always have to keep on, and intact so that you can make sure you're hearing messages from wherever you need to hear them.
Yeah.
Darn, that sucks that he's not able to hear that. There's a reason for it.
You're running out of topics again.
Well, we can just be silent until we find something else. There's no pressure.
No, you're good.
I'm
I was
reading.
being
I'm
funny.
reading what Mr. J said. Okay, I'll just read it out loud. Lost my job, but have been realizing it's all about really making sure I learned what I needed to there and really over the course of all jobs. Yeah. Yeah. There's always something to learn if you actually look.
And I feel like
I'm
that's the
here on the
magic of it,
phone.
right?
Yeah.
The magic of life is sometimes the situation isn't exactly how we want it to be, but the fact that even the way it ended, we're still able to take that ending and manipulate it towards our own perspective that will benefit us. That's magic
Mm-hmm.
within itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mr. J, you might be 100% wrong about why you experienced it, but the fact that you took the fact that you took accountability for the things that you probably did wrong and also the things that you did right and turned it into a positive is magic within itself. That's what I'm learning. That's like
Yeah.
in my head, that's like when Neo combined himself with Mr. Smith and like he felt like he unlocked the matrix in a way within himself, you know? That deeper connection. You start realizing like, oh wow, like just the fact that I'm so hurt by this thing, but I faced the reality that this thing made me face, and I still turned it into gold within my own perspective that matches with the rules and regulations of reality is magic within itself.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting that you brought the Matrix up. I watched the latest one last night, and I'm probably the only person in the world who hasn't seen. Well, I feel like no, I don't think I have. I haven't seen any of the previous ones. I just know about it, but I a lot of times like there are certain series to where if you don't see the previous ones, you were completely lost in the current one. But that wasn't how it was with this one, at least not with me. Like there were certain flashback moments they had and things they were talking about that made me get a gist of certain relationships and all of that. And I'm really interested in Mr. Smith because he definitely seems to be one with Neo. And I think, yeah, it was him who said he told Neo that he never appreciated their relationship. So now I just really want to go back and look at their relationship through all the movies. But I really found Mr. Smith to be interesting because he clearly had his, I don't know who's seen the last one, but he clearly had an agenda of his own that opposed what Neo was trying to do, but he still ended up helping Neo. So I just found that to be interesting. Like he clearly was not just a bad guy. there was levels to their relationship. So I'm really interested. I need to find out what it's streaming on. I mean, shoot, you can find it really anywhere. But
It's very interesting because, like, when you apply it to your own life, right? Like, for example,
oh, mm-hmm,
a lot of the things that even led us to this information alone was probably hard experiences. You get what I'm saying?
wait,
So
repeat that,
imagine,
please.
so a lot of the things that we experienced in life
Mm-hmm,
led us to this occult information in a way, right? So
mm-hmm.
imagine Mr. Smith is the hardship that we went through, and imagine that is even wait is awakening more of the Neo within ourselves.
Okay.
That's how I kind of look at that situation. Or Mr. Smith, in a way, is can be Pakriti, and Neo can be, you know, the that opposing factor of Pakriti, right? Not opposing, but I forgot. I think it's Purusha.
Yeah, Prush. I was like, is he talking about
Yeah,
that? I'm like,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
No, you're
yeah.
fine.
So
Trav just
that's
said, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Trav just said Smith and Neo are like the Joker and Batman.
That's how you see. The first thought I had was Jesus and the devil, in a way, if you want to be
Okay.
honest. But that's how I looked at it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man,
But
because that was like,
it's like imagine a quarter. One's the face, one's the tail. That's how I look at Neo and Mr. Smith.
oh, okay.
One needs the other. Like negative needs positive, positive needs negative. That's how I look at Neo and Smith. Like,
Excited to get into it.
yeah, the
So,
negative experiences in life causes positive if we turn it that way. You get what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I may end up looking at a few clips online, just them two specifically, because from what I saw in the fourth movie, was Smith one of the first ones who presented Neo with the proposition, like before he even got to the red pill, blue pill thing, because there was this one scene to where I don't know, he was looking out the window and he said something.
Neo was getting
That's not
tired of his
that's very
life.
vague.
You know what's crazy? If you watched a movie, he was tired of his life. If you just watched a movie, you'll realize like he was going through the boring old regular human stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
in a way you can just tell, right? You can just tell like, dang, this is me. Cause like I'm going through this boring old human stuff and I want a change in my life. And I know there's something greater, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes this something greater is gonna appeal to us and oh, I want to be a millionaire. Oh, I want to be a fashion designer, or I want to, it's going to appear to us in a career or having a family or this at that.
Mm-hmm.
But that tug might be like truly, really coming from a higher calling, right? And but yeah,
Yeah,
I just seen that
that's
in Neo in the beginning of the movie. He wanted
yeah,
something greater, and it just started, and they had to get him into it. And I feel like that's how it is for us in reality too. They had to get them like slowly into it, like, and then that's when they're like, hey, do you want the red pill or the blue pill? This is the straightforward. What do you want to do?
yeah.
And that's where he had to
That's
like, okay, I'm about to go all in, you know?
yeah. There's a climax point to where it's like, okay, now you gotta really push through. Now it's really time to go ahead and, make it happen. That's how I feel when it comes to this current thing that I'm doing right now. Because another thing when it comes to grand life changing or even small, but especially the grand life changing manifestations that you're trying to bring down, you have to, it's one good thing to do is to ask yourself, okay, when you define your why you want this to happen, look back at, like, really, really look back at thoughts and events that's happened in your life that may show you, yeah, this is not just something new that I've been thinking about. This really has been a calling for years, decades, and that can also confirm whether it's really for you or not. And that's was. because you can't just believe everything that comes to your mind, or just run with every thought and idea that you have. You have to really look and see, okay, again, of course, ask yourself why, and keep asking yourself why, just like a child does. You answer one uh, part of the why, keep going deeper. Okay, but why? And the things that are really really for you to do and accomplish, it's been a slow, a gradual thing, a calling for a while. And that's just, I mean, what I again have realized just recently. These past few weeks have been amazing when it comes to me really digging deep into why I want to do what I'm doing here. I'm not gonna go into detail, but this is not just a basic thing. There's
Yeah.
always a calling. What levels to your calling. So, Fight Club. Never saw Fight Club either, even though that's a classic.
Never saw that one either. But I got you. I get what you're
How old are
saying.
you, Curve?
I'm 30 years old.
Okay, just wondering.
You?
We're the same age. I'm 31.
Oh, okay.
We're the same age. Okay, what other juiciness can we discuss? No rush. There's no pressure. Okay, but let's
Look
see.
through look through the comments, see what people are saying.
Yeah, that's you. You look through the comments because
I
I have
can't
been
because
looking through the comments.
I can't.
Oh,
I'm
you
on my
can't?
phone. Nah, once I'm on
Oh, that's
StreamYard,
unfortunate.
yeah.
That's not a good excuse. I'm on my phone on StreamYard too.
For real? But I'm on Safari. Hold on. Can I look at YouTube? Oh, I could.
Man, I had to go through so much. You okay? Well, there's a StreamYard app. That's really what you need to do. Download the app, and you're able to look at comments. Trav said curve. Go more into what you said earlier about what.
Yeah, about what? I just seen that comment too. About how people disassociate spirituality from their everyday life. Um, I feel like from a personal perspective, I feel like we like to put spirituality on a pedestal compared to human life. And when you put that spirituality on a pedestal in a way, the results that you're looking for isn't going to come to pass because you're not thinking that it's possible in a physical life. Or it's not to say that you're not thinking that it's possible, but you're thinking of it so granular that you're not allowing it to happen within yourself when you are that tool for it to happen. So when you separate your personal reality, even being able to talk to someone, as like having a conversation can be magic. I've had conversations at the age of 18, 19, being in a homeless shelter, talking to someone, and they're just speaking to me about the Bible. I didn't have no belief in no Bible, no God. Like, I believed in God, but I didn't believe in like religion. And literally, and I got high and spiritually drunk off that conversation, you know? So like integrating it into your everyday life is to realize the symbol, and not just the symbol of everything, but also to understand like everything has its spiritual aspect to it, and for you to realize it. um and it will come to pass as you do more practices. I feel like that's what lifting the layer is. When you're lifting that layer, you're of Maya, you're coming to realize like there's nothing too separate from physicality and, like spirituality. Like, the
Mm-hmm.
more we separate, yeah, I don't, yeah, that's
Yeah.
how deep I can get into it for now. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It does. It makes sense.
Going through an argument can be very healing, right? This is okay. If I had to put it towards a specific situation, this is not specifically what I went through, but I do go through these situations too. But so any person can just go through an argument and realize, like, wow, I just responded to this person because of my own this. Oh, now that my own this triggers you thinking like, oh wow, what element does that impact? Or what plane does that impact? Or what can I utilize to help me fix this side of myself, which takes you to a spiritual journey, right? So like physical reality is not as separate because sometimes physical reality takes you to the spiritual reality. Once again, it's not separate though. It just helps
Mm-hmm.
you balance the two.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, exactly, Trav. We do use it as escapism. Um, that's what I used to do it as, right? Meditation used to be a drug for me. Meditation used to be that who saw like I'm away from reality, like peace, but I didn't get the full results that I can from it because that's how I was utilizing it as like that piece away from the world, whereas if it's like no, you're still in this world, so to say, right? Even though I know I'm not in it, but if so to say in this world, but you're still um how do you say it, like
Uh, in the
it's
world, but
help
not of
it
the
like
world
that
comes to
meditation
mind.
at first in these first levels. Sorry to interrupt. The meditation at first in these first levels for me was to help me balance these elementals. That's the best way I can put it, because they were so
Mm-hmm.
chaotic because of the habits that I carried, right? But
Mm-hmm.
once I utilized that physical action of keeping myself still, I was able to balance and be aware of these things. So you see how a physical thing caused me to be able to could be able to change something spiritual, or or cause it to go into a higher level of itself. That's what I mean. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Heard. I think it's unfortunate that a lot of people, not everyone is, I don't even want to say blessed. It's great to find someone like Travis who really gives you the foundation. I use certain words over and the fuck over again, and foundation is one of them. He has given such a great sense of foundation, and a lot of people um, go through a lot more, many more teachers who don't give the foundation before they get to Travis or someone else, some other teacher. And I feel like the foundation is always important because when you understand the foundation and when you keep diving into it, I just think you know everything that you've learned so far, then you won't think that you're separate.
Hmm.
Um, because I mean, when you look at like the tree of life and chakras and um, just knowing that there's levels to existence in different dimensions, and you realize that even being down here is important, all of that alludes to the fact that you're not separate. There's just levels to it. So if you don't understand just the foundation of energy and the fact that there's like the tree, that it's the tree, every part, the roots, the trunk, the leaves, all of that is part of the same thing. If you understand, I guess, the diagram of how things work, again, the foundation of freaking just existence, then the more you learn, the more you'll come to understand. But at the end of the day, okay, it's all part of the same thing. So I don't know. It's unfortunate. I don't know what's being taught out there to make people think that this is not all connected. Like, are people literally really separate? Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I grew up Christian, so yeah.
It
But
still doesn't cause
it's just a
separateness because
shame
if you
that
look,
people.
Mhm.
It's just if you want to get into this spiritual path, you need to look at the foundation first of what? Energy, existence. First, and meditate. Okay? So that you can build on that. There's no point in trying to do, just like Travis has said, there's no point in trying to do all this other stuff if you don't understand that, okay, it's all one and you build from there. But anyway, it's just a shame that people are still that they don't really get the foundation. But they get it when they get it. Foundation lets you put all the tips and tricks together. Without foundation, it's dabbling. Exactly. The tower is easily downtown.
Yeah,
Oh, town down. Okay, well, I guess I get it.
it's another thing too. This as you were talking, you know how Trav has been really expounding upon us claiming our own power.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how you said you're grateful that you have found Trav?
Yes. I mean,
Or I don't
yes.
you why don't you flip that and say you're grateful that you have that energy to match with Trav and claim that power within
I
yourself?
say that
Because
too.
that's
Mm-hmm.
something showing you that there's something within you even on a deeper layer that can tap into what Trav has tapped into. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the only reason why you can hear the messages that he has, things of that
Yeah.
sort.
That's
And
that's
that's
exactly what I
that's where
say.
you claim instead of like putting it something on outside of you. And I feel like that's the reason why Trav teaches the way that he teaches also. Right? I've
Mm-hmm.
had conversations with him, but I've kind of knew this about him too. And that's why I I appreciate the way he is because
Mm-hmm.
it's exactly what we need. Not
Mm-hmm.
someone to hold our hand to tell us this is exactly with every meditation, every practice, everything. This is what's going to happen. But for
Yeah.
us to come to our own realization and to see that, like, yeah, but
Yeah. He teaches that
our
heavy.
own power.
Yeah, he has a wonderful balance, and you know, you'll hear me refer to him a lot because he's one of the main. I mean, plenty of us start off with the other, Bobby and all them, Panic and everyone that you see on YouTube and whatnot. But I mean, it's a whole nother level when I got to him because he has taught the foundation from the beginning. And again, even the past few years, he really focuses on it's all within you. And I refer to him a lot because he's one of the main ones that I listen to. But I don't praise him because I know we are one. And just like you said, and just like I was saying earlier, like for me to say, oh, I'm not deep enough to be on a chat with everyone else, that's bullshit. No, I may not be at a certain level as everyone else, but the fact that I'm still here and even just the stuff that I've resonated with silently, it's clearly we're clearly connected. So I don't put myself down and I don't praise anyone. I just anytime it may sound like I'm giving someone their due respect on what they do and they say, I know it's all, we're all still one. I know it's my higher self connecting with his higher self, which is all coming from the same thing. So that right there is a huge foundational thing. Don't praise your teachers. Just give them their due respect. Don't try to, take their words or their teachings as your own, but realize, yo, it's part of you. Like you said, you're aligned with them for a reason. What do you think that reason is? Really think about it. So, anyway,
Exactly.
love you, Trav. Love you much.
Exactly.
So,
So
it is
100.
quite beautiful. This whole
Have
this
you
whole
worked with any?
experience.
Have you worked with any spirits, elementals?
Not Not. I mean, my mantra, certain mantras I have allude to, they say certain names, but
They all
I actually
correspond.
bypassed that. You said what now?
They all correspond. Certain mantras
Right,
connect with elementals also, or
right,
sometimes they can go past it, but they correspond. So yeah.
right. But I pretty much I may one day specifically work with uh a deity and specifically use that name or whatever. But again, based on just what I've learned, it's best to understand that it's all part of me. So I use certain symbols to correspond with whatever, I'm trying to understand or trying to manifest. And I really just, I'm really focusing on my meditation and my symbology. I mean, because at the end of the day, it's all the same thing, or it all comes from you. So,
Hey, that's
no, not
smart. That's smart. Sorry to interrupt, but one
no.
of the
Yeah, go
first
ahead. I
things
mean,
I, I'll
I
reveal
just
one
like to
thing from
get
Trav's course. Correspondence is
straight.
one of the first rules. So what you're working on is very smart. The symbology. I'm not going to
Yeah.
reveal too much more, but correspondence is one of the main things to be able to say like, okay, cool. For me, for example, my first real experience working with a spirit like consciously was Ganesh. So when I learned that
Mhm.
Ganesh likes honey or Ganesha, the symbol of Ganesha used to be anciently the swastika symbol, but it was
Mm.
what it was originally Ganesha's symbol. And then
Mm.
I meditated with him. Within a day or two, I started seeing bees everywhere, right? And I'm telling my friend, I'm like,
Mm.
yo, I just meditated with Ganesha, bro. I just went to a store and I went 8 stores down, and that same bee followed me to the store. Like, why is that bee following me, not trying to sting me, right? And he's like, man, it's bee season. Have you cool? But that same day, I'm walking back home, right? Because where I went to is right across the street. I'm walking back home, and there's like a spray painted symbol of the swastika,
Oh.
and I've never seen it. And I've always go to this corner store that I'm stopping at before I go home. Always never seen that swastika. And that's literally the same symbol that I see on the ground is a symbol that I was meditating with. That's literally what I was meditating with, right? And yeah, these things all correspond, but what I'm seeing so much as I get deeper is starts so subtle. Like, it's so crazy. Like, as a kid, for example, this is an example, nothing that I experienced. As a kid, your parent could have said, hey, this is a necklace of Angel Michael or something like that, right? And I
Mhm.
forgot what element he represents. But then later down the line, you start realizing, wow, you might look at astrology and be like, oh, wow, I'm in the time period of Michael, which corresponds with this planet, which corresponds with this element. You get what I'm saying? And it
Mhm.
all ties into each other. This little subtle thing
Mhm.
introduce you, even if it looks so gross and malcouth and physical. This thing has brought me to, what I'm saying? Subtly
Mhm.
brought me to this spiritual quote unquote lifestyle, you know?
Mhm.
I don't know if I went everywhere with that conversation, but yeah.
No, you're good. Um, I
It's
would
so interesting how
say
it starts though. But yeah.
you said
Go
what
ahead.
now? It's interesting how it starts.
But yeah, go ahead.
Um, I would say that I am now focusing on, and this is something again advice I got from Trav, and I realized I really want to get to the root as far as much as possible. Once I really realized that all these deities and whatnot are really, really come from certain roots. I am working on corresponding everything to each Sephirah.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that I deal with, I want to know, okay, how, well, I want to know which Sephirah it has to do with, but I really want to focus on the top three. You know, Kether, well, really four too, but Kether,
Bina.
Hakma, and Bina, because you know that's like the top, that's like the apex. So I want to make sure anything that I do, anything I am coming to understand, that's connected to there first before anything. So when it comes to working with anything, that's really where I want to connect it to. But at the end of the day, it's still a matter of, okay, what's my definition of things and what symbol and scene. Because when it comes to my symbols, I really go into scenes heavy. It's rarely ever just the symbol. I'm big on like the whole, because Trav has alluded to the fact that it's good to, have your full senses into it when you're focusing on something, like all five senses. So I go into full scenes. So that's just what I focus on when it comes to everything. I feel like I've really gotten to the root and I've bypassed a lot of stuff because I really just want to get to the root, because it's not so much it's gonna just solve everything and I know I'll know everything immediately, but it's like, because there's a lot of work to do, but it's just like I want to get to the root as soon as possible. So I'm not sure how many people have not really dealt with, calling out deity names or whatnot, because they, don't really find it necessary. But, and that's all good, because, I mean, shoot, I've thought about figuring out how to work with gnomes and gobe and whatnot. But I'm like, I can maybe learn just a little bit about it. But then after that, I really am just going to go ahead and add it to the correspondence I already have. You know? Anything
Um,
else to add to the definition? I feel like I hope I'm making sense, but I really just want to emphasize how, if anything, if you want to work with anything, make sure you know what Sephirah you're working with.
okay, I get what you're saying. What challenges and things of that sort come with it?
Yeah, I mean, just because that's like the root.
Yeah, no, I
Anything
get
else
you.
to add to the definition? What do you mean by that? The definition of something specific? Worships her man, and the man uses and manipulates her because of her worship. Ain't that the truth sometimes?
Yeah, I can't lie. When he said that, I was kind of confused. Oh,
Are you asking?
oh, what does worship mean to you? Wait, hold on. Same goes for God. Work with, not worship. Okay, I get what he's saying.
He answered, but I'm not sure if he actually answered
I
what
think,
Trav was asking.
yeah, I think Travis trying to NLP him real quick. Like basically,
Hmm.
like what's the negative connotation that you have towards worship? Is it is worship a negative thing, or is it a positive thing, or is it just a neutral thing? And you're just looking at it a specific way. Maybe Travis trying to get him to see it that way, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I think he's answering his question, but I think Travis, whether he
As
answers in the
far as
chat or
worship
not, it's good
symbol
for Natural
goes.
Mystic to define. Everything he's saying is cool, but literally define the
Look what
word
Trav said.
worship.
Look, my, yo, when I'm on 101s with Trav, I'm like, this motherfucker trying to NLP me real quick.
He's slick. Of course, he knows how to do it.
You could just tell by the way he asks certain questions. You're like, yeah, this motherfucker try to
Hmm.
NLP me.
So let's talk about relationships, regardless of what the relationship is, that we have as someone who's really doing the work when it comes to their ascension, how you see yourself and your relationships changing when it comes to dealing with people who are not on this path, um, but who are not bringing trouble in your life. And I'm going to start with what I'm going through. Like, I love my solitude, okay? But yet I'm very social. And now that I have a child, I choose to be, I really am more particular about who I interact with. So I pretty much decided to only interact like heavily with people who are on, the spiritual ascension too. Doesn't have to be what I call it or whatever, but who are really working on themselves.
Hmm.
However, there are every single person you meet, whether you talk to them often or whether it's just someone you meet in the street, when you have a connection with them, we're all reflections of each other, right? So
Mm.
it's interesting dealing with someone who there's no, conflict or abuse or anything. Like we're good to each other, but they're not working on their spiritual growth nearly on the level that I am. So it's like it's tricky dealing with it's tricky it's sometimes tricky to have boundaries with someone, uh strictly because you really only want to talk about the deep shit. And even though they're not bringing hell into your life, it's like, how do you discern how much to deal with them when they're still good for you? Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Am I phrasing it correctly?
No, you're
That
saying everything correctly. I get you 100%. I'm
that's
going
what
through
I'm
that right
dealing
now.
with.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
Um, I don't have the
I mean,
answers,
I'm
but
figuring
I
it
can
out.
provide you a
I'm
different
really
perspective from what I've been going
okay. I
through.
mean, yeah.
I even said it to Trav. And also connected it to what Trav said. I remember Trav said something about um he said it in a live, like I'll say like in the last 5 lives, 6 lives. He asked the question. He said something about, are you the only spiritual person in your life that you actually know? Are you the only person in your life that's putting in this work that that's like real close to you, right? Out of
Mhm.
everybody that you know that's real close into your environment, are you that only person? And if you are, it can be for a specific reason, right? And I know Dion Fortune even spoke about this in certain aspects. Sometimes those things kind of happen. But to bring it back to your question specifically, because I'm not going to get into the deepness of Dion Fortune, because I'm going to take an hour to break down what I believe she said. But to get back to your question, what I told Trav was like, there's times where I can be quote unquote, once again, super spiritual, right?
Mhm.
And I might need someone that's the opposite, super physical, to
Mhm.
keep me grounded, to help me continue to experience this reality as I am still doing that work that I need to do. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's one perspective. Another perspective is, who am I to judge this person? What lesson can this person teach me? Right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, And are you running? Right? This is another perspective, right? Because this is all things dealing with myself. Am I running from physical reality because of pain? Um, when I
Hmm.
deal with human beings, or is it to really seclude myself and to really get into the spiritual practice out of love? Right. So these are the different things, once again, I look for in these relationships that I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
Are you in this relationship for a past trauma, for attention? Was your dad around? Was these things like I think about, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Why am I in this relationship? Is it for that? Is it, even, and if I
Mhm.
don't know now, what am I learning from this relationship? And there's something that you said specifically earlier. You said, relationships are can be you didn't say mirror, you said something else.
Reflections of where we're
Can be
all
a
reflections of each
reflection.
other.
Okay, I don't always believe that. I don't always believe every relationship that we experience 100% is a mirror or a reflection. Sometimes I also believe the opposite too, that a relationship is not cannot always be the mirror, but it can make you reflect on that mirror. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Something
Yeah, I
that
get what
they've
you're saying.
done that has nothing to do with you still
Mhm.
causes like something that you're working on or something of that sorts. It's just like a new level of like, oh wow, I didn't know this can affect me in this way that I've been working on for the past month, 2, 3 months, a year, 10 years, right? So
Mhm.
sometimes a person can make you reflect on yourself. It doesn't always have to be a reflection of yourself, you know?
Mhm. I mean, I agree. That's in a way that's still okay. If you're not going to say a reflection of yourself, at least say a reflection of what is going on with you. Because, like you said, if they're not a reflection of yourself in a way of your behavior, your personality, they are a reflection of what's going on within you. Like they
Yeah.
can,
Like
they
an energy
can,
within you that has to play out.
yeah, yeah.
But
So
that
that's
energy is making you reflect on yourself. Yeah, exactly.
yeah. So, but like you said, um, I mean, I've pretty much come to the conclusion, but I'm still, even today, even the last 48 hours, I've realized how he opens up certain things I need to look at as far as what I do. Because me personally, I have been a people pleaser, but it hasn't really come from wanting to be, not always, be accepted by people, but because I look at details a lot and I love to cater to people. It's just natural. So, this specific relationship, I enjoy the experience of catering to someone who deserves to be catered to. And so I know that we help each other out, we give each other what we need. It's just a matter of people enjoy being catered to. So when they find someone who will cater to them, they want that all the time. And that's really the only conflict that's come up. I naturally cater all the time to him, and he hasn't gotten that before. So when he wants it consistently, and I'm like, okay, I need to go ghost now, that's where the conflict comes, because he's like, but wait. And, he may feel a bit neglected, or like, I don't care at all. And so it's really that aspect of how I keep things balanced and going, without, again, hurting someone's feelings. But then again, I can't really hurt anyone's feelings, because they interpret things how they interpret it. So it's just a matter of whether whether it's a situation like this or not. It's interesting to see how I balance, because it's not going to be like this in the next few months. I'm going to actually be like out in society doing things more. So I'm looking at how I can really manage dealing with people, everyday people now, as someone who really only wants to talk about, you know, the spiritual stuff. And even when it comes to frivolous talk, I really only care to talk about it with people who are open minded because, they're the only ones who can even joke around with me to the way I would like to. It's just like talking about frivolous shit with simple minds is different from talking about frivolous stuff with open minds. That make y'all experienced that before?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
I 100% get you.
So I mean, it's just I mean, it's something for me to think about, and
To deep freeze
I have to
again.
make sure I'm not judging, like you said. I'm really quick to make sure I'm not judging anyone anytime that may come up because it's like I just have that in my mind to not judge anyone because I know we're all getting to the level that we need to on our own time, and it's
Mhm.
just unnecessary to judge someone. So it's interesting to see how I navigate between relationships when they may have a simpler mind than I do. I mean, because I have Cancer in me high on my chart for a reason. I'm literally here to nurture, especially how natural it is. So I know that part and I accept that part. So it's like that's also a big part of it. Like I really love my solitude, but yet there's a big part of my existence here that's meant to interact with people.
Mhm.
That's all.
I definitely get you. I'm the same way. Um,
Yeah.
you just gotta lay your boundaries.
Oh,
Honestly,
I do.
that's how I lay my boundaries. Like, but I get you.
Yeah.
I definitely get you.
Yeah.
When it comes to dealing with someone that doesn't understand boundaries, sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I've literally started to tell people up front, like within our first few conversations, by the way, I go ghost. And they will shake their head every time and say, okay. But when it actually happens, they really are hurt personally. And I'm like, yo, I don't know how else to explain this other than I'm working on myself. And if you're not someone who enjoys solitude, then you're just not gonna get it. Whether you're whether you're on a whatever level or spiritually or not, if you don't enjoy solitude, when someone needs space, you just won't get it. You will be personally hurt every single time, and that's just
Yeah,
the truth.
that's 100. Sorry, Sharon is funny. She said, "Do you still bust it open in the club while still being spiritual?" That's a serious question. My friend said you can, but I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay, I mean, was that an actual question?
Yeah, she said it was a serious question.
Oh,
Trev said it's
I
not the busting
mean,
that's inappropriate, it's the mindset behind the
exactly.
busting.
That's very,
That's
very
a
true.
fact.
That's very true
Hater
because
with
I
status,
love
are
to
you with me?
dance, okay? And best believe I cannot wait to go back to Miami. Oh my God. I
I'm
cannot wait
sorry.
to go back to Miami. It may be funny, but
No, not you. I
again,
just remember the meme. A lady said that,
one thing,
twerking spiritual healing.
yeah, I mean,
It could be.
it's always your intent and your meaning. That's another foundation. Like best believe I cannot wait to go to Miami one day and dance all week long. But that's because dancing for me is to some degree spiritual. And who gives a fuck? It's between me and me.
I think what I agree 100% with you. I think what Trav was
A
also
monkey will bust
a
a
hundred percent was
monkey.
because of her genetics. Exactly. That's what I was just about to say. I think Trav was referring to what's influencing you to go bust it. Are you
Exactly.
busting it out of influence of anything, or are you busting it because you want to bust it out of, pureness in the moment, right?
Your expression, yeah.
Because these actions that we take is what creates these karmas for us to have to deal with in the future again.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like now it's the influence behind these karmas that causes to create new karmas. So the way to nip it in the butt is deal with that thing so we don't create new karmas as we're creating these new experiences. So if you're busting that ass, bust it neutrally. Shake that ass neutrally. You don't gotta shake it in a positive or a negative way. Shake it neutrally.
It's a good one. Shake it with bust it. I say shake it, bust it with purpose. That's with anything.
or with or bust it without purpose. Bust it without influence.
Yeah, with that, that's the whole neutral thing. Yeah, I mean,
Fuck music. Just shake that ass to silence. Let me stop.
oh, that reminds me of my child. She's one, and she just be dancing sometimes when there's no music, and I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Nah, exactly. Sometimes just that. Sometimes even if okay, this is how deep it goes. Sometimes we want to go. Uh, what did she say? It's not the bus. Wait, hold on. She said bussing, right?
Where are you at?
Sometimes we want to bust it in open in the club so that we can actually create a state, right?
Mm,
Re-experience a state that can
mm-hmm.
be the
That too.
influence of us wanting to go to that club to do that, where you can actually do that at home. You might not even need to
Mm-hmm.
bust it in the club to where
Mm-hmm.
you can experience some type of mishap happening. You can bust it at home and create that state at home.
You
What's
can.
influencing you? That's the important thing.
You sure can. That is true.
Yeah.
This is
But
true.
not to say, there's nothing wrong. Wait, you can done do Trav can't.
That's a good point, though. You really could, because it is all about the state that you're trying to experience. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah, I get it, bro. But yeah, what's the influence? What's the influence? I get why you're excited, man. You taught me all this. Well, you didn't teach me all this, Trav. You just helped me come to realize these things.
Yes, yes. So Travis, is this really gonna just be me and Curve?
He's gonna come
I
back,
mean, I mean,
but
I'm not like rushing, but that really
okay.
sucks that your internet is fucked up, like
I was gonna say too.
specifically. But that's
I was
fine. It
gonna say
just
too.
go
There's
ahead.
nothing wrong with the environment that you're doing it in at all. Once again, sorry. Important thing is what's the influence? What's
Mm-hmm.
causing you to do it? Once you can
Mm-hmm.
neutralize the cause and you're doing it for pure experience, there's nothing wrong with what you do. If it's appropriate to your goals and your aspirations, useful and appropriate. Yeah, there you go. That's all.
Heard.
She busted open for money, but then want to come back and give me a deep spiritual.
I mean, she may see both
Man,
angles. To be honest, I mean,
yeah, Sharon, you
there may
can't.
be one or two out there in the world who do it for money, but they also spiritualize it. She could see it from both angles.
Exactly.
Oh, you decided to
I
give us the
agree
floor?
100%.
Okay.
It was perfect fine all day. Decided to give y'all the floor. Okay.
Well, let's see what else has been on my mind. On this mind. I mean, I'm really just enjoying every day because I know that I do see progress in in what's going on in my mind. I mean, I've been journaling more about what's like. I call this a paradigm shift, and I got that from that book, handbook for the new paradigm, and this is a serious shift because I am having this downtime, always being at home with a nutty 1 year old, and sure doesn't. A job definitely does not define character. Um, so it's like, I just think it's really good to stay present. And
Trav, I need you to send me a book on that. I wanted to get deeper into that last thing you just sent in. But go ahead, sorry.
I'm reading too. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. I honestly feel like I am called to do sexual, spiritual work. But that'll be later because right now I really don't even care to do that. Um, right now, unless it's like with someone who really is trying to like work with energy for a specific reason. But it's just interesting seeing all the stuff that pops up when you are doing your shadow work. Other things just it just keeps popping up and it doesn't really stop. And that's what's happening with me. I'm working on something quite life changing, and it's interesting to see um, just how consistent I am and persistent I am because I know it's meant for me. So life is good right now. I mean, I don't really I'm just making sure I stay focused and stay sane. And I mean, how would you describe your life right now overall?
Mine?
Would you
Um,
would you say you're like in a big shift or
there's a lot of chaos happening. It's so many different things. I like, right? From other people's perspective, I'm going through my Saturn return. There's a lot of chaos happening outside of me. Um, but me going through all that, I already realized this months ago, but I'm coming more into the realization of how much peace I'm in within myself, but how much test I'm getting outside of me now. I feel like I've done so much work on myself that, like, anything that I go through, I find an immediate way to neutralize it in my mind and not make it an enemy to myself and
mm,
actually make it something that works with me.
mm-hmm,
That it's hard for me to cry. It's hard for me to really hold long term let negative emotions to anything that I'm experiencing. It's still difficult in certain aspects because I'm still growing, but um it's happening. It's just happening, you know?
mm-hmm,
And each lesson that I've learned, even if I would have just stuck with the Kabbalion, just that framework alone would have had me prepared. But if I never took these steps, I wouldn't be able to look at life at the way that I'm looking at it now.
yeah,
Right? The way we define things is the way we define our experiences or how we'll experience something. And that's what I'm learning. You can always be peaceful within your mind, but that karma also that you still must experience within your life still has to play out outside of you. And you can still be at peace, but these lessons are needed because there's other things, even if you find peace, that you still need to gain strength within. That's what I'm understanding right now. I still feel like I'm still learning through this period, and there's probably more deeper things. But yeah,
mm-hmm.
to answer your question, sorry, not sorry, but I went deep.
Can someone please tell me what the heck y'all mean by Saturn return? Okay, so I do intend to work with understanding the energy behind, these planets. Okay, I'll work on that when it's time. What do you mean by Saturn return? When you say return, you mean that's what's in aligned with us specifically right now? Like, what do y'all mean by that Saturn return?
So I wouldn't be able to break it down to you in the way I understand it. Like I
I know that may
understood
sound like a
astrology.
stupid question, but
No,
what?
it's not stupid at all. It's normal. It's really not stupid. I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't even break it down to. I couldn't even break it down to you in the specifics that you would need it. But I know Saturn, right? Just if you understand the principles of Saturn, of like it's there to cause limitation, but not in the way of not give you what you want out of life, but teach you hardship so that you can gain the things that you want in life, right? That is the most basic layer that I can say about Saturn without
Sounds
getting
like
even more
Gibbera to
deeper.
me.
Ye-
Heard.
ye- but no, it's more Bina. But yeah,
Ah.
it labels it helps you it helps you define things, but also like know where the discipline is needed to be applied. Like, there's certain life experiences that might make you realize, like, oh shit, I talk way too much on the phone, I should be disciplined with my time. And Saturn
Mm-hmm.
will make you realize that in a set, in a Bina or Saturnian way. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. How do you think Gibbera and Bina relate to
I
each
think
other?
Gibora is Mars, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think so. Yeah.
I believe it is. Trav, correct me
Mm-hmm.
if I'm wrong. I wouldn't know from a um mystical Kabbalah way, but from my own personal experience of me getting into astrology, and also me having a lot of close friends.
Richard. Mm-hmm.
Hey Richard, but me having a lot of best friends that are Aquariuses or Capricorns, I see they play more of a like general role. Whereas if Mars energy, which will be me, is plays more of like a cutoff role, like, okay, hey, this is what you must do. But that Mars energy within your life is like, all right, let's cut it off right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've I know that the
Ace, have you ever heard
sword.
of Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not
Familiar
adept
with
in
the
it.
concept of going Super Saiyan?
Yes, I know. I just know it's like an entire level up as far as power.
So you got a character who is like regular. Then
Uh
when they
huh.
reach a certain level of power, they transcend and reach like a whole new class of power, right?
Mhm.
And they keep training and they keep training and they expand into another class. So there's like Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. Eventually, Goku and Vegeta keep training and they become Super Saiyan God, right? And they have to get different
Mhm.
teachers and they start learning new powers. It's really cool. And Dragon Ball Super, he they have to start being trained by the god of destruction, right? The ultimate god of Tamas,
Oh
right?
shit.
And they keep expanding. So, anyways, it's the same people, Goku and Vegeta, but when they tap into these levels, they have more capabilities. They have more expanded options of what they can do. Essentially, if your question was about how does Bina and Gibra relate, how does Saturn and Mars relate kabbalistically, you can think of it like that. Saturn, Bina would be like Super Saiyan 3, right?
Okay.
Mars would be like Super Saiyan 2. Mercury is like Super Saiyan 1. Then, of course, Yesod is like Kaioken. And then Malkuth is just like regular.
Okay.
Oh
I'm
wow. Okay.
still in the process of learning about Gibbera, and I know it's one of my favorites. But I don't know. Am I? How come? I feel like just from what I know so far, it it is a correct. It's like a it balances things out more than just because I know a lot of it has to do with a symbol has to do with it's a sword and whatnot, cutting things off that need to be cut off. But I feel like I focus on the fact that it balances things more than just the extreme cutting off part? Like, am I the only one that looks at that, or is a majority of it really that extreme part? Because even when you do cut something off, I mean, it automatically balances something, doesn't it? I just feel like everyone focuses on the cutting off part instead of the balance that it may bring.
I would say it highly depends on the person and their how they would respond to the situation. Really,
Yeah, and the specific situation. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Exactly.
I'm very much at the beginning stage of understanding it, but I just find it interesting that it's always the extreme part. But hey,
A lot of times, because there's so much conditioning, so many external kind of influences that program people from the way that our society has become engineered. Most of us aren't most okay, so I would say most um, aren't really aligned with like their true path, so to speak. And
mm-hmm.
so, because there's a lot of emphasis in the context that we're talking about here, with a Saturn return being so incredibly extreme for most people, it's because it's such a powerful emotional moment for them, right? Emotional period where there's because significant change and transformation is quite often very difficult and uncomfortable for people, right?
Yeah,
Hence why
mm-hmm.
it strong such a or it forms such a strong emotional memory for them. But really, you what you're saying, Ace, it's that's what it's intended to do is to balance, right? Balance those polarities like that.
Yeah. I
And
If
I
mean,
I
feel like,
and
understand,
I do give the respect to that part. I'm not saying that part is it shouldn't be looked at. I'm just
oh,
wondering. I mean,
absolutely.
and again, I can answer that question with further study. So
it's 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 I feel like with the situations that you're saying, I feel like if they're going through something that needs extremity, that's where it's going to be applied. And it's
yeah.
interesting that you bring up extreme and you bring up Mars, right? Because Mars is about extreme and impulsiveness. And the opposite when it comes to astrology of Mars is Venus. And Venus is connected also to Libra, which is about balance. So it's crazy that you say that. But um I feel like if it's extremely needed, it's just needed at that time, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. It clearly that's one of its main functions, with, I mean, the sword and all the other symbols, with that being the purpose. So it's understood. I will continue to study and see
And
how and also that's what I'm personally experiencing. Like, anything that needs to be cut off in my life right now that I'm going through, I automatically see it as a balance. So, one day I will find something that needs to, you know, be cut off, and it won't be um I'll have a I'll experience the extreme aspects of it one day. But right now I'm
Ace,
seeing
if
the
I could, if
balance.
let me put it in a
Mhm.
different way, right? I haven't
Mhm.
fully studied the mystical Kabbalah yet, but
Mhm.
the way I understand Saturn is from astrology, right? Because that's what kind of helped me in my path. Um, in astrology, and I think it might connect with the Kabbalah. If it does, then it's meant. In astrology, I've read that Saturn would be like the general in the army, and Mars would be the soldier. So imagine the general has a plan, and Mars is the one that just gets the plan done. So
Mhm.
it's funny how like Saturn in a way connects I believe to Gibra, right? In
Mhm.
the tree.
Sounds like you've been reading some Robert Svoboda.
Uh I've been meditating. A lot of Trav, I through the conversations I told you there's certain things, bro. I just read certain things and it just connects with me in my head.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, I never heard of that Robert guy. I but send me him though. I love to read him.
I think he's
You
right up.
really like him.
He's a Vedic astrologer. Very, very insightful. And to go a little bit more on what you were saying, Ace, about the burner of God, as he is, or she, because it's on the feminine pillar. Mars is so affectionately called. And that's another thing. When going into the occult and understanding these symbols, we have to recognize where human ignorance has filled in the gaps, right? There's a lot of human ignorance that has to be wiped away first, and then we can get to the good stuff. Mars is actually a feminine force. Yeah. In fact, it's not about warfare. The red represents blood. Yes. The blood of the menstrual cycle. The warfare is the sexual act. Over time, right? Again, with the Western advancement in Christianity and all that, that became the sword of war and the gun and all that other stuff. But on the feminine pillar, the feminine is the pillar of severity, the negative pillar. And it is all about limitation. It's all about taking, right? And you got to hear these words without good or bad connotation. Because if one pillar is about taking, the other pillar is about giving. Again, giving doesn't mean good, and taking doesn't mean bad, because you want something to take that cancer away, right?
Right.
They're just functions. And one of the things that Dion Fortune said that's crucial to remember is we cannot study one Sephirah as separate from the tree. To study one Sephirah, you have to look at the ones that surround it. So just like what Curve said, we use Tifereth as like this fulcrum, as this centerpiece that the rest of the tree kind of revolves around. That's why Christ is so important. That's why Tifereth is so important, because it is God in the manifest dimension, and everything revolves around it. So when you see, and this is why Tifereth connects to every Sephirah, whatever's on the opposite side of Tifereth from a planet, it has a very special balancing function. This is why we always associate Mars and Venus together. And who would have thought Venus is a masculine force, right?
That fucked me up.
Yeah. But yeah, the cutting away, and just like what Curve said, the extreme aspect of it is if you are extremely out of balance. The closer you are to that Tifereth aspect, the less extreme. And this is kind of what I was saying earlier. We were talking about the LBRP. When you're in that state of centeredness and you're not stuck in matter, no matter what change happens, it's going to happen outside of you. But if you are outside of yourself, the change happens within you. So a lot of this work is about, like I said in the beginning, a lot of this work is about learning how to separate your identification from these elemental forces and more towards your soul. Because if you're identified with the elemental forces, that burner of God, it has a job, and its job is to cut matter. The job of Saturn is to discipline matter. It's their duty of the universe. But if you're the soul, you're not in the middle of that. I mean, you are in the middle of it technically, but you're not in the middle of the suffering aspect.
Heard. Word. Richard, what you drinking? It looks like a smoothie or a juice.
Blueberries, spinach, kale, hemp hearts, chia seed, cinnamon, turmeric.
Nice.
He's not playing. He's really about it. He's really about that life.
I love smoothies and juices. I cannot wait to get a new juicer. And my daughter just loves smoothies too. So it's like, yeah.
Oh yeah. This one's a custom one that I created for just detoxing to activate the chakra system. To pull out to activate the Ajna chakra.
Nice.
Pull out all
I was just about to say, as you were saying that, you sounded Indian, man. But go ahead. You said you like the chakra system. I'm like, nah.
The chakra. It's you're not the first person who's pointed out the way that I say it like that, and it's because I listen to like audiobooks as I read them, and when you listen to some of those dudes talking about when they say the word chakra, just it sounds natural to me, so I want to say it that way.
I
Right?
mean, shoot.
Yeah, I
It's
thought you were
better.
brown for a minute, bro. Let me stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's better to say it, that way, more authentic than quote unquote super white, quote unquote. What is it? God, I'm thinking of a specific word. God. That'd be great if I could remember the word. It was a specific word, but quote unquote, really white and proper. Not even just proper, but just kind of like stiff. Like there's no.
Posh.
Still,
Okay,
Yeah, it sounds
yeah,
posh.
there's
Yeah, I
no.
think
It's
that's what
it's
it
better
sounds
to
like.
say it more authentic than just
Snobby?
super posh.
namaste.
Right.
Namaste.
Nah, I'm gonna stay.
God, what is
Namaste.
that word? It'd be a really good example. Anyway.
It'll come to you. You'll wake up
Yeah.
at 5 a.m. and you'll be like, "Oh, that was it."
Yep. I'm in the process of. I swear, I feel like I've been in the process. I've been telling myself I need to really meal plan like the entire month ahead of time because I'm personally tired of trying to figure out what we're both going to eat every single day. And she's growing and she's tired of she's getting past the pureed baby food. I really want her to get more into like eating solids and whatnot. And she's gonna have a lot of fun because I love a variety of food. But it's just like figuring out what you're gonna eat every single day is exhausting. And so I am really trying to figure out how to get our meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks, really all for her down pat, and it's a really detailed process. Like it's wild. I really only need 1 to 2 meals a day. Other than that, I can have snacks and drink. But it's nice for her to have 3 meals, not huge, but 3 good meals and snacks. They're constantly growing. So, oh God, it's a thorough process, and I'm kind of overwhelmed by it, but I'm sticking to it because I like to eat and I like to cook. So, and I also really just want to put this human to-do list on autopilot, as Travis been saying, because I have stuff to do. Okay, I have things to
Yeah.
study, not just spiritual stuff. So that's also why it's exhausting to try to figure out what we're going to eat all throughout the day. It's like I feel like I go through every day, focus on, okay, what are we gonna eat? Okay, what's the baby gonna do now for entertainment? And it's like, man, I got stuff to do. Anyway, every parent can understand that. I have
If there's
things
a
to do
day
other
of the
than figure
week
out the main
you could
basic human
orchestrate
stuff.
and spend
Mhm.
because what I like to do is I pick one day and then I pick either like the afternoon or the evening,
Mhm. Mhm.
and then I just prep a bunch of stuff ahead of time, and so I have I just have all sorts of stuff ready to go. So all I got to do is just assemble it, and I don't have to spend time getting all the stuff out, cooking it all, cleaning it up, and eating it. It's just assemble and then saves a lot of
Yeah.
time. And it takes me one afternoon or one evening to do like 5 or 6 days worth of food.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's what I plan to do. Like Saturdays and Sundays are, what I want to designate as those days. But I'm talking about actually making the list.
right.
Making the actual list is a thing for me. And I just have not gotten that down pat because I like variety. I don't want her to have chicken 5 times a week, you know? And I love veggies. So it's the actual what's on the menu part that I have been stuck at. But I promise you, I'm going to get past that shit because it's just taking up way too much time. But yeah, the actual meal prep days are fun if you like to cook.
Right. Yes. Can be.
Yeah, it
It's
can be.
it's it's save I do it because I like how much time, focus, and energy it frees up. Right.
Yep.
And that's a key for me.
Yep.
You were I was listening to what you were talking about before I was able to join the live about
Mm-hmm.
using discernment with people who are not necessarily draining your energy, but they're not necessarily doing the work, and how you're able to discern how much time you should allot to being in proximity of those people. But I missed a portion of it, and I was trying to connect back. What was your consensus to?
Oh, well, Curve agrees when it comes to certain things that I've realized. Well, there's different things you have to consider. Um, for me, it's a matter of the fact that we're even aligned to the point, the fact that we are aligned and we do certain things for each other. Like we're good for each other in certain ways. That's one. So it's good to always remember that, okay, as me, as someone who loves their solitude, if I actually consistently connect with someone, we're not just, they're not there for no reason, even if they're not on a, on a certain spiritual level. So that's one. Remember that they do bring something to the table and you bring something to them. So that's one. Two, I have, with me, it's a part of the fact that it kind of is the same, goes back to what I just said. It's I have a purpose when it comes to serving people and taking care of people. Um, so that's, I have to like accept that, because I'm at a point to where I really like to just stay to myself and only talk about the deep shit. And so there's a part of me that accepts the fact that I'm here to help and nurture, but it's like I don't always have the bandwidth to, the desire to. So it's a matter of, I guess, keeping my mind right and looking at the positive about it. And a matter of just setting boundaries, which I can set boundaries. Again, like I was saying, like I tell people from the beginning, if I really see they may stick around in life, that I go ghost. So I tell people ahead of time, and when it needs to happen, that okay, I need alone time, I need space. So it's a matter of boundaries, understanding what you two do for each other, and why you're even aligned in the first place. And so my conflict has been just the fact that he people in general do tend to take things personally when you step away and when you have your own alone time. And this is nothing new. I've dealt with this so many times. And it's a matter of me. I find myself, sometimes I may just stick with, okay, when I need space, I take that, I say it and I take that time. Other times I may go back and then give him that time anyway, because like, because I recognize we're doing something for each other here. So it's just like, in general, how do you, not just how do you understand the situation, but how do you go through your days when you're interacting with someone who may not be on your level as far as ascension, but they're good for you? They're not causing drama, but it's just a matter of just may not want to interact because because they're not adding a certain level of spiritual conversation with you. But at the end of the day, they're still bringing certain spiritual realizations to your life. And that's really where the conflict has been. It's like whenever I go back on the fact that whenever I connect with him, when I said I don't want to, I may sometimes feel bad about that, but it's like when we connect, it's like, oh yeah, this is great, this is needed. But it's like it's really heavy for me to be in solitude. I love to be the fuck alone, especially when it comes to what I'm doing right now. So it's like the solitude part of me is screaming, but the other part, the job that I may have to do, is like, but you need to balance, honey. So, long story short, that's what's going on.
Yeah, everyone comes into your path for a purpose, right? It's all there to
Yeah.
teach everything. We attract everything based upon the lessons that we need to learn, whether we're
Yeah.
conscious of it or not. But the preference for solitude, that is when I understand that completely,
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
when COVID happened, I literally moved to a cabin in the middle of the woods, and
Did you?
yeah,
Oh, I
oh
want to
yeah,
hear
and
that. God,
that was, and then I moved, then that fell through, and I had to move, and now I live in a small nickel mining town where people look at me weird because I got long hair, but
wow.
being able to, you will understand and you will know, and on your own accord too, with that over time. Do you have strong water placements in your chart? I'm curious. Ace?
Yes. Curve. Do I have strong water placements in my chart?
Sounds like nothing but water placements and fire.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Richard. As far as the lunar uh chart, natal chart, I'm Cancer, Aries. Um,
Cancer Sun?
yes.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the reason why
Aries, then Gemini, then Cancer again.
Richard,
So
you
yeah,
know, it's
Cancer
funny.
pops up like three times.
When she
Hence
said that,
the
I was
need
like,
to
this is
nurture.
probably this is probably why Trav is gone. Cause I'm a Aries Sun Cancer Moon. I'm like, why am I talking to her? Not in a bad way, not in a bad way,
Um,
Ace. But I'm
Yeah.
just like, what's the connection?
yeah,
Not in
I
a
come
bad way.
across a lot of water and a lot of fire constantly, and I want more Gemini, which is why I love Trav so much. Because Geminis are known to be two-faced, and I understand having two multiple personalities. I get that so heavy, and it's like, bruh, I need more Gemini in my life, not just one.
Gemini
Give me at
moon.
least three.
I don't think it's like multiple personalities though. I think it's like more
Man, it
so
never
many
stops
different
up here
Being
with
able
me.
to see
I feel like it's more it's so many different perspectives and then
perspectives exactly.
it's the testing ground of which one is the right one. That's what I feel like with Gemini sometimes because I'm around them a lot. But yeah, that too. I don't know.
Right. But
Here's what
why
a
did you
Gemini.
ask? Did you sense it?
Wait, what were you
When
gonna say,
you
Trav? Sorry, so sorry, Trav. What were you about to say?
From a Gemini's perspective of that whole two face thing, I think um as a sign we have a natural propensity to match people, right? For each individual person that we communicate with, at least for me, that's my perspective. I've learned that it's almost like having a relationship with each individual person as opposed to like people. For each person, I think I kind of craft myself to them, if that makes sense. So if someone
Nice.
else who's of a different makeup sees that, they will assume, okay, well, you're two faced, you're different because you weren't acting like that with me. Well, you weren't acting like that with me.
I get what you're
That's
saying.
useful though. That makes you a
It's incredibly useful.
teacher.
I always refer to it as being a social chameleon, and
Exactly. That's how I look at
which,
it too.
oh yeah, which is an
Yeah.
incredibly valuable. I call it a skill, really, but it's, I wouldn't, I don't know if you would call it a skill, but that's what I refer to it as.
I think it
But
is because. Go ahead, Richard.
oh, I want to hear what you have to say. I know what
Uh,
I'm going to say, but I want to hear what somebody else has to say about it.
uh you sure?
Yes, my
Okay.
Aries friend. I want you to just be
It's
like, this is the shit.
no, I think it's just very interesting that it's Cancer Gemini's right next to each other, and me having a Cancer moon, I feel like being able to tap into that moon energy, I feel like you can like for me emotionally, I will tap in with people like in a chameleon way. Whereas if when I think about Trav, I'm like he's probably thinking connecting with them through thoughts through the airway. Whereas if me as Cancer Moon, I do it through emotions. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's crazy how like their one sign is after the other, and how yeah,
Hmm.
that's what I find interesting. The integration, but also the difference of how they do it. Right? It reminds me of the planes. in a way.
Might be something to that. Because would you even say that Aries would match their energy?
Aries and Gemini match their energies very much because their Aries and Gemini tends to be either best friends or relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. Um, but I think for Aries, when they tap into that Libra aspect, that air aspect, that other side of them, that's when Aries can tap into that Gemini of seeing things in different perspectives and then taking actions on those things in different perspectives. Because Aries, we do accommodate people to how people are because we kind of have a need for attention when we're younger, you know? So we do that through action more so rather than thought or emotion. It's through action. What action can I do that will help this person or like fulfill this person for them to, to make invite me to their environment or some type of way or some sorts.
So
If
quite
that
frequently,
makes
there's a sense of urgency too with those strong Aries placements as well.
yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
and what you're saying is with what I've observed anyway. I can only speak for myself, but uh, with the language that you're using, when you're saying specifically with action, anyway, that's one of the ways that when they get that recognition, it gives them that significance, right? Not all the time. It depends on the context, of course,
Mhm.
but with that significance, they get that certainty with their validation from that, right? But it's got to be quick. Hence why some of them can be incredibly impatient. Gotta be like, now, I want it now, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Hmm.
but definitely can see some interesting correspondence with what you mentioned specifically, because I knew someone that was a Cancer Sun and an Aries Moon, and which are one of the most passionate people, but one of the most incredibly uh, quick-tempered and incredibly volatile with their emotions that I've known.
Hmm.
Um, but also one of the most deeply loving people I've known as well. But I would notice with that person specifically that their significance would come through when just one small example, uh, acts of service and nurturing others was a way that they would get significance. And if it wasn't like super quickly acknowledged, they would get very mad. Like you could time it almost. At least I could anyway. With that person.
Nah, I see where you're coming from. It might be
Yeah.
like, dang, you didn't see what I did for you like a week ago,
Yeah.
and then it's like, it's not their time right now. 2 years from now, they're like, dang, I remember what they did for me 2 years ago, and dang, like that seed finally grown in my head. Me being an Aries with a Cancer moon, I can say yeah, because I've like there's a lot of people that I wanted them to get something now in the moment, and it's just like it's just not it. It's just not their time, and that learning unconditional love, which is extremely hard, by the way, right?
Yes.
Watch your words. Doesn't have to be extremely hard. Just
Oh, okay.
challenging.
It was very challenging. It was not now, but yeah, you're right. It was very challenging. It, it kind of teaches you through reflecting on yourself and also looking at people as reflections on yourself. Like, okay, cool. You know what? That time's gonna come. Just you know what I'm saying. Just know that you're a piece of that little seed. You know, and
Yeah.
keep it going.
This camera is like has no type of like versatility at all. All I'm trying to do is set it up to where it makes sense. And it only gives you like one option. That's a shame.
Are you on
Anyway,
the StreamYard app?
Am I on what?
Are you on the StreamYard app?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like I'm trying to focus it just on my face or where my phone is sideways, but like when I do it, it's always upside down, which is some bull. Anyway, one thing I really want to meet more cancers who are balanced because yes, I may have my moments when I can definitely feel emotions heavily, but it's just like I'm really tired of people just saying cancers are emotional. Y'all need to meet some motherfucking balance people because we're not all like that, okay? Just like the whole example of what was just said when it comes to wanting being upset when that appreciate or when acts of service isn't appreciated. I get that. I've definitely felt that before, but I've gotten to the point to where it's like I understand that this is literally just what I do. It's what I'm here for, you know? So it'd be nice to find more cancers who aren't just extremely sensitive and emotional. Like, my God, we're not all like that, okay? We're just not.
Maybe you need to be that cancer in your life. Because the opposite
I
of
am.
emotional is emotionally intelligent, right? That's how I look at every cancer in my life. My daughter's a cancer. Even though she's very emotional now, I think of her like, oh, in the future, she's going to be very emotionally intelligent as long as things in her environment are setting her in that direction to become that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So you're old enough to be
Mhm.
aware of it. You don't have to meet other cancers that are there. You can become that.
Well,
And you're
yes,
on the way to become
I
that already, if you want me to be honest with you. You're asking for it, but you don't realize that
yeah.
you are becoming that what you're asking for.
I say that I want to be more simply from the whole human desire to interact with like minds. That's really what it is. But
Maybe
it's
that's your
like
higher self.
Mm.
Maybe your higher self is that higher cancer. Maybe, Not to put
heard.
an astrology sign on your higher self, sorry, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hear ya. I'm going on mute. I'm about to go in on these chips.
I hope I wasn't being an asshole. Who was
My God, what makes you think you were being an asshole?
it?
Someone then told you a long time ago that you need to stop saying what's on your mind or something.
Honestly, I just make a lot of people question themselves because I question myself a lot. So people just be like, yeah, how about them Saints? And I'm like, what the fuck is the Saints got to do with you having cancer? Like, stop eating this shit. But just that's just an example. I'm taking it to the extreme. That did never really happen, but yeah.
Richard,
Yes,
what's
ma'am.
high in your chart? I love listening to you.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you.
What is high in your chart as far as signs? I've always enjoyed listening to you, lately when you've been on
One
live.
second. Let me see if you repeat that, please, one more time.
Okay,
What's significant in your chart?
thank you.
No problem.
Me specifically.
I don't know why I get Virgo vibes from you sometimes, but
I get Aquarius a lot.
Um, I have Earth. I have fire is the most prominent in my chart, but my most Saturn is my dominating planet. Like most what's the what's that damn word?
dominant
Ruling
Relevant?
planet? Yeah,
ruling
ruling
planet.
planet.
Ruling
Okay.
planet. Saturn is my
Okay.
ruling planet.
Hmm.
So I have a
That's where the
Capricorn
Aquarius
Sun,
vibes coming.
Gemini Moon, and then I've got a shitload of fire placements. But
Nice.
they're all balanced between masculine and feminine. It's completely balanced, the masculine and the feminine side. I would say one of the most significant for me has to do with my north node being in the sign of Aries, I believe. And one of the things that's very significant about the North and South node in astrology is sometimes it has to do with lessons or karmic lessons. And part of the North node for me that was very significant was accepting my true purpose and having the confidence and belief that I had the ability to be able to deliver and do that. So
Sounds like my life as an
yeah,
Aries, having the courage.
That's
well,
beautiful.
thank you, Ace. Um, part of that is because I've had a deep infatuation with all things related to spirituality and the occult for it got serious for me about a decade ago, but I never thought I would be able to turn it into something that would be a full-time thing for me. And it's just something that I have a relentless passion for. So having other mentors like Trav who could show me what he was capable of doing was something that was very inspiring to me. And I'm eternally grateful for all that he's done. So that lesson too stemmed and it has carried over into other aspects of belief in my ability. So I have, because I have such significant Capricorn, right? It's a sun placement. For me, it's like this constant battle of always refining and working and trying to get better at like everything, and simultaneously having this crippling like not being good enough at something. So I'm constantly trying to work and get better at something simultaneously, right? It's this weird dance and paradox of like always getting better, even though there's indisputable proof in certain things that are there's like empirical measurements, but it's like an own personal measurement of mine where it's like you went past the yardstick on this thing. Why do you still feel this need to continue to move forward, right? That's part of the other lesson that comes with the North Node is the acceptance and integration of that, right? Which is something that is very, very key. I think does that give some insight to what you were?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What would a North Node in Scorpio mean to you?
Honestly, I would have to look at your chart to because there's other conjuncts and sextiles that I would have to look at to do a full analysis. But I know with Scorpio, one of those things you would have to be is relinquishing control for that, because you would have a tendency but I would be hypothesizing based on what limited information I have with your chart, right? So really it depends on other aspects in your chart and other types and other aspects of your paradigm. But I know with the 5 or 6 astrological charts I've had that have done where I've done a North Node in Scorpio, I know half of them, one of the lesson that for them has been later in life is to just give control, right? To surrender more to the flow and not try to control the outcome of things so much. So yeah, that may or may not apply to you though.
It does.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
That's funny. Yeah.
Another thing that would come with that too is it's like I said with, I think it's been 6 anyway that I've done. Another recurring pattern that I noticed in those charts too was you guys are talking about emotional intelligence, right? Which is key because the Scorpio is one of the most deepest feeling, like cancers of all them emotionally speaking. So learning emotional regulation and not taking things so personally is another thing I've noticed. So yeah, once again, that may or may not apply with a lesson that's later on in life.
Yeah. Hitting it on a nail.
Yeah.
Lessons I've definitely learned.
lately I have been again working on something very specific, and it was maybe like 2 months ago. I went back and watched one of Trav's old videos, and
Which one?
he was talking about uh it was back way back when he was just sitting at like
In front of the
sitting down
chair?
on the floor. Yeah,
Love
well,
those
no,
ones. They're awesome.
he wasn't. He had like the books. Anyway, it was way back when, and he was talking about when you do your rituals, do them and then let it go, and don't be so uh focused on trying to control the outcome, like you just said. And I'm finding like being able to, because when you're focused on bringing something into fruition, you really have to focus on it. But the balance of trying not to, again, control the outcome so much and being able to be open to receive what comes from your focus, um, and knowing how to adjust if it's not, per se exactly what you wanted. It's like I feel like the balance is knowing, like really like designing how you exude a certain just energy all day long, like how you pretty much be stay in that state all day long naturally, like like Travis also said, make it normal, but don't focus so hard again to where if it doesn't happen a certain way, you don't know how to adjust and you think all hell is gone loose. Does that make any sense? Like I feel like the balance of
Makes sense, yeah.
focusing but also letting go is just designing your own way of how to exude it all throughout the day, you know?
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
I want to share something about what you said, because I think I remember the video that you're talking about too. Uh,
yeah,
so you do your ritual, right? And there's different, and it's not focusing on like the end result, right? You do it, right? You emotionalize it, visualize it, whatever, for the outcome that you want for your result. And then how do you not consistently focus on that throughout your daily life, right? Okay.
hmm
In this book, Basic Magic
basic
by Philip
magic.
Cooper,
Heard of
right?
it several times.
I'm sure everyone on the channel has. There's a
hmm
specific spot right here where it says think, act, forget. Okay? Think, act, and forget.
Pause, excuse me. Is having a proper opening and even if this isn't what you're about to say, but I think having a proper opening and closing of the ritual is a big part of it too, right?
It absolutely can, for sure.
Yeah,
It helps to get you out of that trance, right?
yeah.
Did you just kind of have like, were you just communicating about that now, and then you had like a eureka moment for yourself, and you felt the to share that?
I just was starting a new topic. That's all.
Okay,
I
all right.
mean, anything that someone says, another can piggyback off of it. So it could be helpful to anyone. But that's specifically what's been going on with me. Like not like when I do my meditations, like focused meditations, it's you know, I don't want to obsess over it because when it hasn't manifested yet, it's like damn, it can be disappointing, and I'm getting out of it being disappointing. It's like a matter of okay, just keep doing the work, adjust, just like a scientist would. That's what came to me today. It's like okay, this really is a science. When a scientist sees something has happened or hasn't happened, they take the note and they adjust accordingly. You don't have to have overwhelmingly imbalanced emotions about it. Just keep going. So
Absolutely. And
you were
persistence
you were
is just
talking
like
about the book though.
yeah. Well, I was well, you touched on a key thing. Well, let's come back. We'll talk about two things here. First,
Okay.
I'll with what you just shared. The last thing you said, just keep going. Persistence, right? Persistence is it's just like a muscle. Okay.
Yep.
Napoleon Hill talks about this in his book Think and Grow Rich, in chapter 4, I believe, which is about autosuggestion. But he talks about persistence being a muscle, and our muscles get stronger after use, right? After like you lift weights a bunch of times, your muscles get stronger, right? Over time, it becomes a habit, and it's just a normal part of your paradigm where you just become relentlessly persistent in something. And I
Mm-hmm.
had a huge eureka moment when I read that in like 2021, that it was just a huge eureka moment for me. So absolutely. And the more you practice being persistent, the more it's just like, oh, I'm never giving up on this thing. I'm choosing
Yeah.
to pursue. Here's
Yeah.
the now to tie this in with what you were mentioning before, when you have an outcome and a desired outcome for like let's in the context of ritual, right? When we're performing magic, how do you not obsess at that? Here's what I do that works for me. Um, is you have your end goal, right? But I stay focused on like I will frequently break down some tasks. So let's say I'm doing something to in this context in the physical world. I'm trying to manifest change on the physical plane, right? Instead of I know the goal, right? I've done that. I've created rituals on that. Instead of focusing on that, I will focus on the action steps to get me there, right? And I stay focused and I get hyper focused on that is what I do. And I find that doesn't make me quote lust for results end quote.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yes, that definitely ties into how I feel about becoming, the essence of whatever you want to, make happen. Because I mean, to me, that's
Yeah, and it's like a practice too, and that way because the um, subconsciously something I noticed that happens with that as well is if for example when we've done a ritual that we want to manifest change on the physical plane and there's that end result and then we're not having some type of validation or reassurance that gives us the affirmation to know that it's manifesting or it's happening by taking that consistent and persistent action steps to manifest that, it gives you that validation. It gives you that certainty to know that, hey, I'm actually working towards this, and it diminishes the need to focus on what's not happening because
yeah,
you're actually kind of yeah. So
yeah.
it's been very beneficial for me. That's for sure.
And also the rule of because I'm also jumping to the first like week of me realizing, okay, it has manifested down here. The past few days I've been jumping to thinking how thinking about what my first thoughts will be when I see it actually occur. And I know a big thing, one of the laws is to not over celebrate when something quote unquote good happens, and don't however it's specifically said, and don't you know, be overwhelmingly depressed when something doesn't happen. So I have that in the back of my head too. Is okay. I can see myself when I see, okay, damn, yay, it's happened. I'm literally now thinking about the first few words I'll say, the first thoughts I'll have that whole week. And it's really down to, okay, cool, great, you got that down pat. Keep it moving. Stick to what you are gonna do with this. So I'm already, it's like I'm putting myself in the mindset I would be in when it happens. But also like, okay, what steps to go ahead and like take from there, but also making sure I'm again exuding that essence already now. Again, make it normal. I really just want to do this right. Like I don't have time to bullshit. And Rick Ross said, and I heard this from Rick, but I'm sure it's been said millions of times before. I'm not worried about And I'm just now getting out of this whole pace thing because I'm actually trying to manifest something in a specific time because autumn and winter is beautiful for certain things. So Rick Ross was like, I'm not worried about, I don't want to do things fast. I want to do things right, you know? And so with me wanting to manifest something specifically during these months, I also have to make sure I'm being balanced. It's like I'm constantly preparing for this one thing while also while being staying uh prepared for if it doesn't happen then. I know what's going to happen, but if it what if it doesn't happen in autumn and winter? So I'm you know working working at different angles here. Like having a sane mind and again staying grateful, which is what we were talking about at the beginning of the conversation, is huge. You have to have the certain foundational like laws ingrained in you. Anyway, that's it.
Absolutely. Your brain cells can only take on the same type of energy that they've been giving off, right? And so if you're having thoughts of scarcity, that's a specific electrical impulse that's going into those brain cells, and that's the only type of energy that it can take on in that moment when you're having that, and that has residual effects
Mhm.
too. Whereas if you're having gratitude, thoughts of gratitude, man, that's a much larger resonance that it has with those types, with the electrical impulse that comes with that, and also to what it does to your aura and stuff. But it's you were mentioning about being prepared for, it's like you're preparing for if it doesn't happen,
Yet.
and then at the same time, yet, yeah, right, yet.
When you're sure about something, you're sure.
Yes, absolutely. uh I guess it would all depend on what it is, right? But
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
because sometimes you can, if you, for I would say for me personally, if there's something that I need to do within a particular time frame, or I'm trying to manifest within a particular time, I will only put thought and focus on how to make that happen, right? um and I'll give zero thought to all the reasons why it couldn't. And in the event, and that's an incredibly difficult thing for people to do. I understand that it's much easier said than done for a lot of people, but just the practice of like getting your thoughts focused like that is something that is a critical component to developing that kind of unshakable mindset. Because we're
Hmm.
all going to adapt, right? Human beings are incredibly adaptable creatures. Yeah, I don't know if that's gives you some additional insight that's useful for you.
I mean, it doesn't not. It does.
Great.
But you make a good point when it comes to humans naturally being adaptable. That's true. Um, I'm focused on being adaptable. Um, again with that gratitude mindset, adaptable and looking at the positive because you can adapt and grunt the whole time, or you can adapt and be like, okay, all right, we're adapting. That's what I was wondering. Who's up? I'm gonna stop talking for a minute. I don't want to bore anybody. I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over again. Is it just us four?
Well, welcome back, Trev. How you doing, man?
Trav, what's on your mind right now, sir? Travis.
Let's see what else is on my mind. Um, yeah. What else is on my mind? I got to go to number 3 because number 1 and 2 I can't say. What's number 3? Lord of mercy. Like what you were saying about the efficiency mindset. Because looking back to the past, I can see where my growth was stunted because I believed more in my obstacles than I believed in my dreams or my goals. I
Mm.
see that with all the people around me too. I mean, not all the, yeah, I see it in everybody, right? Because we all have that issue where When we experience fear or doubt or stagnation, it's usually because we see our obstacles as bigger than what we're actually trying to do. I mean, and hell, it still happens to me, but it happens differently. It's not like, oh, I can't do it because I'm not good enough. It shows up for me in the form of procrastination. That's what I've found, and I found that it's like, well, maybe you should prepare a little bit more. Maybe you need to read this book, or maybe you need to watch this video. Like, it manifests in me when I find myself needing to get a little bit more preparation, and it's like I remind myself every time I go live, I don't need any more preparation. Everything that I'm going to say, I already know it. Everything that I'm going to teach, talk about, or do from this point forward, I already know it. It's just about building up that confidence to just go and do it. And no matter how many times I do it, it seems that I have to fight that dragon freshly each time.
Hmm. And knowing who to talk to, who meaning like what part of yourself are you talking to? Because honestly, I don't believe your highest self has any of that doubt. Like it's always the lowest, part. It's always like the low ego. So what I've been doing is I feel exactly what I'm working on like so much that a few days ago I was telling myself, which I should just even on days I feel good, I should just do this. I was telling uh the Malkuth aspect um that it already is. If you don't see it, you need to look. You need to open your eyes because as you can see, it already is. Like I was talking back to the doubt out loud, and I was like, you better. Oh yeah, I said catch up because I see this and I feel it. You don't see it yet, but I already know it is. And so you have to know who you're talking to and where that doubt is coming from because I'm pretty sure it's it is either your higher self redirecting you, telling you, okay, that's not where you need to be, or it's the lowest of yourself. Because I mean, don't you agree?
What you
That's
just said is what I will tell, like with when I coach people for psychic development. What you
hmm
just said is something I will teach them, because it's your any type of voice that comes, because the frequent the number one question I'll get asked in those sessions is like, how do I know I'm not making it up, or like how do I know,
hmm
right? And
hmm
one of the key things is like, if it's your higher self, or it's like a spirit guide, or something like that, um, just for this frame of reference, it won't speak to you in a way that's condescending, or that's your limiting belief, or your ego, or some type of wound within you, which is why shadow work is critical. And
hmm
when they're asked, well, how do I overcome that with what you just said, is I have another
Talk about
framework I do, but I get them to
hmm
talk out loud to it. And then there's a three-step framework, which is, first you identify it, and then you ridicule it, right? You make fun of it, but
hmm
you say it out loud, right? And then you create a third one, right? A third phrase to it, which is the actual truth, right? And over
Yeah.
time, you reprogram that belief, and you're like, oh, hey, that's just a unhealed wound that's in my ego somewhere, right?
hmm And I think it's good to have balance and because a few times, like sometimes I literally like when I'm talking to the doubt, it's like, okay, I even say, I understand where you're coming from because you only have experienced this, you can only see this. But again, like I said, you need to catch up. That was then, this is really what's happening now. Like that's how I talk to it because it's like I'm telling you, this thing is so beautiful and I'm so excited. It just hasn't. I just have more work to do. And honestly, not finishing things has been something I have been struggling with all of my life. Not actually finishing what I start. So I think I actually know part of it is I'm really showing myself like the lowest part of myself that you can start and finish something. You can be persistent. You never have been before on anything that truly mattered and made you grow. Now, this is it. So you know what? It is going to take a little bit longer. Not because you're not doing it right, but because you need to go ahead and show yourself, the lowest part of yourself, that you can be consistent.
And you want to do it
So
right, right?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing.
Of course. Anybody else have
I
anything?
have to get going. I got a session
Oh,
in 7 hours that I just
okay.
had a reminder come on my computer, and oh man. Thank you,
Okay.
Ace, Curve, Trav. Awesome to speak with all of you. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and your insights. This has been very enjoyable. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank
You are
you. Keep
amazing.
brushing that beautiful hair. I love your hair. I really
Thank you.
do.
I grew it myself. Thanks.
Bye,
But
rest well. Mercury retrograde. What about Mercury retrograde, Trav? Is that current or something right now? So what we're going through?
Yeah, that's probably why my computer's fucking up. I mean, it hasn't done, not my computer, it's my internet, perfectly fine all day long.
Of
When I decide to
course.
live stream, yeah, peace.
Car, where you at?
Well, yeah,
Sorry, I'm doing something. Go
You
ahead.
don't have.
I'm listening.
Okay. I mean, we can end whenever y'all are ready.
yeah, I
I
think,
just I just don't. I don't oh, okay. You think it's time?
yeah, it's not letting me even stay on for 5 minutes.
Okay. Hmm. Well, there's always next time.
Yeah, I
I'll be
think
back.
it happens the way it's supposed to.
Drink you
Gotcha.
some rubber tuss and you'll be straight.
Me?
Yeah, I don't get. he never seen Everybody Hates Chris. Mama, I got shot. Drink some rubber tussin.
Drink some Rover, need some milk. You
Tough.
tough, right? Oh my gosh.
Oh my. Okay. Well, child's probably about to wake up anyway. I'm going to do some reading and do some writing.
What the fuck was
So
that?
You tough, right?
You be alright, nigga. Tough, right?
I do not know that. I've been
Uh,
watching enough of Everybody Hates Chris. It's funny. I literally had that Everybody Hates Chris in my head like yesterday. I'm not sure why, for what reason, but Curve, this is the second cinema thing you've mentioned.
Niggas die every
Anyway,
day,
yeah.
B.
Niggas get shot every day, B. You be all right.
You'll be alright. Exactly. You just gotta love the game.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, that was hilarious.
Y'all gotta send me some clips. I am out of the loop. I'm not sick. I'm
Shut
really,
up,
really
nigga.
not.
You be
Yeah, paid in full. Ugh.
If there's one, oh, okay. If there's one, if we, I guess I'll mention one current topic about the whole election and everything. I am personally just fine with having, it may not be perfect, but the businessman back in the office. And it's hilarious. Like this was a whole nother popularity. Let a black woman and let a woman in office thing. And I looked at I haven't seen any speeches or anything like that, any news on it. But I did just see that some headline somewhere that Trump won. I was like, yes. I didn't want Kamala in there. I didn't prefer her in there. It doesn't really change much anyway, but it's like she ran because she was pushed or encouraged to run after old dude dropped out. And it's like I saw a video of Trump on YouTube, and then I saw a video of I didn't watch it, but I saw a video next with Kamala, and Kamala was smiling, and I was like, y'all don't realize what the president has to go through. That woman is happy. She's fine. She would have been stressed the fuck out if she was president. Okay, she don't know what it's like. I'm sure she knows what it's like to be up in the White House or something, but I'm sure she's good. This was a whole popularity contest thing, and it was pretty obvious that Trump was gonna win because of
Yeah, you know that lady
people
was
with
going.
money. Yeah, I mean, come on now, come
No,
on.
we know she
People who
wasn't
really
going.
have the money and the influence, they weren't about to let that happen. So not
And
everyone may not
there's
like
so many
him, but it's
different
like,
things, and also the fact. And let me say this also. I'm probably the only person on earth that legitimately did not care, and I still don't care. When I say that,
right.
everybody says that now that Trump won, but like I didn't care from day one. Every time them little pamphlets came in my mail, I threw that shit away.
Me
But
too.
It's
when
not
it
gonna
when it
change
comes,
nothing to me
you
directly.
you got to think also like think about these meetings, right? When you got the Middle East, you got China, you got all these Eastern countries, but they have their women wrapped up in from head to toe, and only the eyes showing. You know what I'm saying? They keep women in a very subjugated place. Anyway, that's how they see women and have seen women for hundreds of years, sometimes thousands. So here you have
Hmm.
this woman, not even a white woman, a colored woman, show up in a business suit trying to tell you what to do about your policies. That's not gonna fly. Maybe
You
over
know,
here,
you know what
them
made it
folks
worse?
in office. Hmm.
Trav, in the way that you're thinking, I was thinking in the same way. And I was just like, you know how they made it a fucking joke? Like, I really don't care about this stuff. I didn't vote or anything, but I just
Right.
like to see the aspects of it, right? Because for me, I was like, oh shit, Kamala's a Libra. Oh shit, Trump is a Gemini with a Sagittarius moon, and he's all about expansion. Oh shit, two air signs going against each other. All right, cool. It's crazy. The more technical one is the one that wins, right? But also, it's the fact that they put a man with over 12 felonies against a woman, and the man still won. Like, I'm just like, no
Right.
matter what,
That tell you about
each
America,
side,
right?
it's crazy. No matter what, each side was going to defy American history. If
Okay,
black
Which was
women, woman,
obvious.
you know what I'm
I hear you.
saying? So I just look at it from both sides. Um, but I feel like people went with what they considered the comfortable devil, you know, because we already had Trump. But I don't know.
Yeah.
It could be a lot of different factors also.
We can also say that at least from what I have seen, and I'm trying so hard not to see it, but these folks wouldn't shut the fuck up. Every single post on every social media network is somebody pussy farting about why Kamala should win or why Trump should win.
Pussy farting?
Yeah,
I like that.
I hate it, but it's when you listen to what's actually being said, everybody from what I've seen, like I said, I'm not looking for this stuff, but what's thrust in front of my eyes, what I'm seeing is like an echo chamber. People keep saying the same things. Like it's just to say, oh, well, she's gonna lower the prices on groceries, and she's gonna, and Trump's gonna like everybody that I've seen is saying like the same five or six things. And that tells me y'all don't really care about the political side. You just want your hero. You just want your champion. Like it's like sports. You know what I'm saying? You
What
just want your favorite ball player to get the ring.
what did
It's
you what
always
did
a
you
popularity contest.
what does NLP say? They're attacking those values, right?
Yes, yes,
Those
yes.
values. And that's what they're blinded to. And what they don't know is right, because like for me, it's like, okay, cool. I'm starting to I started peeping. I was like, okay, they're affecting these people's values, but also what these people don't see is, for example, Kamala, if she would have won no matter what, the prices of houses would have went up, right? And yeah, the richer people would have had to pay taxes, more taxes, but what people don't understand is unrealized tax gains is if you own a house, and even if you're of the poorer folk, right, you're gonna have to pay that 50% unrealized tax gains on the house that you have because it's unrealized gains, right? But also, you pick Trump, there's also a negative side to Trump too. So no matter what side, it's like focus on your fucking self. I'm sorry, that's just how I think. It's
Exactly.
just like focus on yourself
That should be
and
first.
And that's how I was thinking. I'm like, man, I don't care who wins, but it's just interesting to see the energies play out. That's how I look at it now,
Yeah,
right? It's like I'm
right,
looking at it like a reality show, like, but utilizing occult
right.
symbology and things of that sorts. But
That's how it
it's
should have been looked
interesting.
at from the
Yeah.
beginning, right? Because
People
as an
don't study
occultist,
economics at all. They don't know what the fuck is actually affecting gas prices and groceries. Like they don't fucking know. All they know is the
But
emotional
what
aspect.
what
right, right,
hmm
and that's recognized, which is
I'll
why the
study
marketing,
economics.
and the advertising is done in the way that it's done, because it's speaking to that emotional, animal, childlike level, because that's where
Mm-hmm.
we are as a nation, dare I say, a species.
Mm-hmm.
Individuals might rise past that, but the collective, it's easier to drive the collective. Y'all, I mean, some of y'all might have tuned into when my gnosis was reading Mind Control 101. It's easier to control a mob than it is to control an individual, because when we get together in that group think, the egregore starts to take over. And there is a way to control the egregore. Like, I'm sure that there were people like, oh, let's do some magic to make sure Kamala wins. There are ways to do magic to manipulate egregores, but you cannot skip the people who are feeding that egregore.
hmm
If you want to steer an egregore, you're going to have to find a way to tap into that primal instinct of the people that are a part of that egregore, which is what
hmm
Trump has done with his group and what Kamala's doing with her group. And that's what every big figure does with their groups. They touch those primal buttons. It's not about
Mm-hmm.
the big words and the intellectual, hell, the stuff we talk about here and all the occult and the color. That doesn't move the masses. This stuff doesn't move the egregore. What moves the egregore is sexual stuff, cuss words, fear, right? Fear, talking about
hmm
somebody's food and threat to their security. You Those are the gears of the machine. And if you want to steer an egregore, you better be speaking that language.
And if you want me to be honest with you, between Trump and Kamala, they were actually both crowds are actually a part of the same egregore.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
And you just seen who won. That's
Mm,
it. If you want to be honest with you, because
mm,
Trump was fighting for underdogs, and Kamala was also fighting for her own underdogs, right? The
right.
trans community, the gays, all that
Mhm.
sorts. Trump, the men that feel like, women are not hearing us, right? That's the community that's following Trump. They're right. It's they both. It's the same community though, the same egregore. That aspect of underdogness of like
Yes.
I want to feel heard, I want to feel seen, my
Yes.
problems, my this.
That's the
And
irony. They can't
mhm,
see themselves that they're part of the same creature. Ah,
mhm. And then you just seen that Trump overall had more of the power, so to say, in this way. I guess I'm not 100% for sure, but just from what I've seen, that's what I've kind of understood. He knew how to hit people's values more so.
mhm. His NLP was better. His magic was better.
Fucking Gemini. That's
Because
that Mercury.
yeah, communication.
I mean, this whole world peace thing, people don't understand that it's all about if the world leaders actually got together and had conversations like this, it's spiritual conversations, things will be solved. And one, it's just not gonna happen. I mean, it's
Uh,
again, it's not gonna happen on a why I'm not gonna say it's not
Let,
ever,
let me
but
let me
it's like
suggest this. What
there's
if they
too
are
much.
happening and we are seeing the result of those conversations?
yeah, I was just
Right?
about to say you're
Oh, that
actually.
would be
Think about that.
interesting.
Like, let's say like we, like us in this little group here, we ascended the ranks of human culture and we're at the top of the food chain, looking down on the rest of the human beings. You might represent one country or one faction or whatever, and me, we're gonna get together and talk about stuff, right? We all understand, hey, the human race is dumb. We can't have these conversations because they're not even going to hear it. They're
Mhm,
not going to hear it. But what they are going to hear is fear, sex, where my food at. So
mhm.
how can we get what we want out of the system? We're gonna have to speak their language. That's how I see it, at least.
That's interesting. What if they're actually having these deep conversations, but at the end of the day, they still just want to control?
Maybe we. Oh, okay, well, that's adding, right? To try to add, and maybe I've done that too. I want to try to not add personal opinion to it, what I can say my best with being as neutral as possible. I think they recognize the human species for what it is, and are doing the best that they know how to do. And I
Yeah.
think they've
I
been
mean,
doing that
it's
for
not.
thousands of years.
I don't even think it's about trying to get the masses. Again, everyone moves at their own pace. I mean, as far as like the main global issues, as far as how to you know, the weather and energy and technology and all this stuff, like how to solve this major transition. I mean, what if they
The thing
all got
is,
together and solve those things, but they're all just too busy fucking fighting. It's like y'all are emotional when y'all could just be looking at the core of what you know energy is and then solve shit like that. But if that makes sense, that may sound like exactly what I just said, but I hear what you're saying.
I get what you're
At the end of
saying.
the day, yeah.
I feel I do believe that there will be a time for that to happen, and when it will, it will. But until then, we have to focus on ourselves and growth for that to
Yep.
be able to even to be able to happen. Because, like for example, you said um, this political stuff. You don't even know if Trump anything good's gonna happen with Trump or something like that. You said something along those lines, right? And when Trav started speaking, I forgot what exactly you said.
Me too, but okay, keep going.
It was dealing with with the political stuff, right? And I
Oh,
yeah, you had said something.
probably the is does anyone actually study what affects what affects certain things or what?
I think it was close to that. I forgot exactly. But um I was gonna bring up some facts. Like for example, I didn't think a lot of this stuff was gonna cause peace, right? But apparently that dude Trump is like Putin is already trying to cease war with certain things. Iran's trying to cease war. I feel like let's not worry about the bigger things that's happening. Be aware of it, but also just focus on yourself and these things will just change, you know what I'm saying?
That's
Along
exactly
with
what
how it
I
needs
have
to play out.
seen. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
That's what I've seen. I've been studying economics and I started with macroeconomics, but I'm realizing the things that are really going to change the big picture is focusing on microeconomics, like different regions and different cities. That's really going to make an impactful change. And so I think that that is exactly what you know aligns with what you're saying.
And that aligns with also with something in a way that Dion Fortune said in Cosmic Doctrine,
Ooh, what
right?
was it?
Um, he said something about, different sectors, right? Uh, not the word exactly sectors, but let's just say I forgot how Trav gave the example, but it made me understand it this way. Like we're all logos in our own environment. And let's just say like as we're raising our energy, the community that we keep around us also raises their energy based off of our doings and workings. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, that's been something I've been thinking
So just
about.
like what you're saying, and I'm agreeing with you, when it you're looking at it through a finance way, microeconomics, right? If we microly change ourselves on a macro scale, people will change too. But we have to, you know, do that work instead of worry
Hmm.
about like, okay, who's in control? That's going to cause these major changes. It's like, are you in control of yourself to cause the minor change that can cause the
Mm,
major change in other people? You know, that's how I look at it now.
yeah.
Yeah,
We like to blame the powers that be, but I think the blame would reside on the individuals, honestly.
Hmm. And then the next level is finding out there was no one to blame at all.
There we go. There we go.
Because where the fuck was I even here?
Right. A big reason why I said I don't care about the stuff because it doesn't concern me. Oh well, it does because the taxes. No, none of that stuff concerns me.
Right. What is me exactly?
Now you're just adding a new blockage to your dream. Because what the fuck they got to do with you wanting to do something in your life?
I'm gonna do what I want to do regardless.
Exactly.
That's
In karma
y'all
alone,
think?
what's my favorite rule? My favorite rule in karma is the 8th one. I think it's the 5th or 8th. It's one of the two. It says learn the rules correctly. No, learn the rule. Yeah, learn the rules. Learn the rules so you can break them correctly.
break them correctly, right?
Favorite saying. So it doesn't matter who's in fucking power. As long as you're following the laws universally.
That's what matters most. Yeah, that's what affects everything the most. Quick question, both of y'all. Have you ever experienced seeing people in your dreams a lot that you like know in real life, and you feel like it's a matter of shadow work needing to be done, but you're doing the work. Like there's no heavy like negative emotions toward people, and like you accept what's happened, but you constantly see people in your dreams that makes you think, what am I missing as far as work that needs to be done internally with them? First of all, did the question make sense? Second of all, have y'all experienced that before?
I've
I think I
experienced
need
people
to.
in my dreams, definitely. I guess it all depends on scenarios and it's more personal. But for me, the way I kind of take it now is like, what did they symbolize, negative or positive, in the moment, and how I remember them, and how are they coming to me in the dream, and what am I going through, and I kind of try to break it down to see how it corresponds with anything relevant right now, or any lesson, or is it like, or I might even look at, is it Mercury retrograde, right? Like, okay, what lessons lies in this? Or you might look at their sun, moon. I do extra research just to see if I'm missing any signs. I kind of do it too logical, but I believe you can probably find an answer through one of those. But yeah, it's all on what the symbols mean to you. That's what I believe when it comes to dreams.
Yeah, I probably need to attach each person to a symbol.
You can attach anything to
'Cause
symbols, yeah.
I don't have any like hard feelings, but I mean, people that I know keep popping the fuck up, and it's like, okay, I'm fine, but maybe there's a part of you that's not fine. And I've also been thinking I need to give more attention to new people and new conversations too, to go ahead and like wipe that out, because I it's like my dreams have been focused on the past, and it's just like I'm not like I'm good on that, but just wondering if y'all had any personal experience with that. I know it's just something
Trash.
I need to do within myself.
Yeah. I mean, I think pretty much all my dreams are and involve someone from my past. Sometimes it might just be my son or something. Sometimes it's friends from like 20 years ago. But at this point in the game for me, when I see people in my dreams, I go straight to how did I feel in that interaction? Like in the dream,
In the dream.
what emotion did I pull out of it? Because when I wake up, I'm usually still feeling that, and I take that emotion and I work with that. Because if while you're sleeping, you're still doing work, and if that's the emotion that I pulled out, that had to come out for a reason. There's something there that needs to be addressed. It might not have anything to do with them. Most of the time, it doesn't. But that experience, that interaction in the dream was the alchemy to pull that emotion out. That's what's important, the emotion, not the symbols. it's like a ray of light is going to shine through a filter, and each and every one of us have a different configuration of filters. When the ray shines through my filter, it's going to be blue. When it shines through yours, it's going to be green. But if I look at blue and you look at green, we're at a difference. But if we can see past the filters and see that light, we're getting closer to the actual answer.
Heard. I guess I'm on track when it comes to focusing on the emotions. Using your tip of making sure all your five senses are in there. Um, Instead of thinking that the symbol is the main thing, like you said, the symbol is just a medium for to get to the emotion.
Right.
So I will reflect on the emotions I felt in that dream. I guess I'm tired of seeing. I don't want to keep seeing the same people because then I guess I need to ask myself why.
Well, again, that's the alchemy. That's the formula to get to the end result. If you're seeing the same people, then apparently that's the best formula to get you to where what's trying to be gotten out.
Yeah.
It's like an orange in a press being squeezed for juice. If the press works and the oranges are the same, then why would we change the press? Now, when those oranges turn to pineapples, we're going to need different equipment.
Hmm. Operation Crossroads. Ain't never seen your name before. What's up? We're actually about to end relatively soon. I hope everyone who was just now tuning in is doing well.
Oh, yeah. Somebody must have said, hey, they're talking about politics, y'all.
Right.
Numbers start to go up a little bit.
Hmm. Well, anyway, life is good.
Yeah.
Let's keep on moving, keep on grooving.
Remember this always.
Pray for my daughter. Trump took her rights away. I'm sorry. I seen that a lot today on social media. I thought that was just all right. I'm done, y'all. Sorry, I'm done trolling.
Screaming and crying on the camera and throwing tantrums and fits.
Oh my gosh, bro!
Yo, what happened? Where are we?
I lost hope in America. Y'all so selfish. I'm just like, what? What?
Dare you? It's really not that serious. I mean, well, maybe to them. Beliefs, right? Framework, worldview. Everyone's is different. And if yours is unstable, it can be easily shattered.
Hmm.
But if your frame
All
is
the
solid,
energy.
you got a solid frame, a solid perspective. I mean, there aren't too many things that can move you out of center.
What is a great exercise, Trav, for someone that gets triggered by these things very easily, where they don't have to open a book, they can just try it within the next 5 minutes and probably get something if they be consistent for the next few months. If they are consistent, not me, but yeah.
Yeah, you gotta give me a minute or two to think about that because it's been a long time since I've been there. But if I was somebody who was extremely easily triggered and this really important thing was happening right now, and it's the end of the world if it doesn't go my way, and I'm gonna crash out if I don't get it, and then it doesn't happen, and I'm so upset, I'm super mad. Okay, all right. Shit, the best advice, and it don't even sound good.
Gosh.
Who cares if it sounds good?
Well, it matters because if you're at that level that you're getting wrapped up
Oh,
in
well,
this
right,
nonsense,
right, 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 right.
you're not gonna
Okay.
you're gonna reject it immediately, right?
But what the challenge is, how can you make it sound good?
Mm. If you had teeth and you could digest proper meat, then the answer would be, why are you playing this game? You don't have a horse or a pony in this race. You don't have a man on the field. You've got nothing to do with this whatsoever. Why are you playing the game? You're literally just hurting yourself. That's the answer if you got teeth to chew with. But if you don't have teeth to
Yeah.
chew with, the answer would actually be a series of questions, you know, a series of questions that would lead one to answer that for themselves. What exactly is happening that is so bad? Well, Kamala didn't win. What does that mean for you exactly? Well, they're gonna, I don't know, whatever policies that they say they're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, when we get to that level, it's gonna be something extreme. You know what I'm saying? Like they're putting all black people in slavery again, or they're throwing all transgenders in jail, or my uncle's Mexican. They're gonna send him back to Mexico for no reason. Like it's gonna be something very extreme because it's those extreme views that touch right on the emotion. And since that's convincing enough, there's no need to, you know, go any deeper. The series of questions should lead one to examine their beliefs about this whole thing, why they believe it, and to really define the words that they're using. When you start that process, you start to see, I should say, some of the smoke and fog should clear away. Not all, but you set a process that one could do every day. If they were serious about getting out of this mind control, they'd have to constantly be questioning, what do I believe about this? Why? What does that mean to me?
And what does the end result look like?
The end result is like, wow, I think I wasted a lot of energy and a lot of time being wrapped up in things that really I had no control over. I wonder what else I can do with this energy that I've now freed up. Maybe learn how to paint. Maybe start up that cupcake business.
You have to be
Also,
ready to dive into this stuff, man.
you had no control over, but also had no control over you. It only had control over you because you believed it did.
Right, right.
Yeah.
You
That,
tied the chain around your neck and offered it to your master.
hmm.
If I had time, I could refine that so much better. But that's like the rawness of it. If that's a question that you were asking because you've got somebody in your life, maybe you can take some of that and refine it down in a way that doesn't upset them. People who are easily emotionally triggered, you have to work slowly, but you have to be precise.
You have to. I was more so asking that for you.
Oh,
Something just told me to ask you. I don't know. I was just like, okay, but uh, I've realized that the people, like the family members that I've kind of seen change, I realize like you still have to be intentional and very Kalima-ish, right? Like be loving, be of course that's not Kalima, but loving of course, right? That's one side of it, but also direct and ready to cut that head off in a way, right?
hmm,
Um, with specific words, but still be soft enough to where it's like confusing and they have to come up with it like because if your words are way too powerful, the first thing people are going to do is try to use their own they're going to use one of their belief levels to
yes,
counter what you're saying.
yes.
But if you hit facts to those belief levels, or
Mm-mm,
you
mm-mm.
put use their own values, or it's crazy. It's like you,
Facts don't work. Not against beliefs.
it's oh man, I don't know how to say it. It's like I use a fact that they believe in and show them how they're contradicting their own selves. And that's usually how I get to people. When they see that they're going against them damn selves, that's when they're like, fuck. And then they start hearing everything else that I also said. But it's because that I hit that value and they blocked it.
Hmm.
Everything I said is not heard. until I make them see like, hey, you're
Yeah.
fucking yourself up also in this situation. It's not even about me. It has nothing to do with me or what I said to you. Like you're feeling this way. You know what I'm saying? And you're
I do.
making this harder.
I hear something in what you're saying. I think that maybe what if what you're doing is successful, I think perhaps there might be a better way to word it. But I mean, if it's working for you, then it's working for you. Definitely, when someone is coming at you from the belief level and you hit them with facts, typically their belief is emotionally grounded, and the facts are not. The facts are just words, so they're gonna throw that out the window. However, if you because here's the thing: when you're arguing with somebody, and there's no point to arguing is ineffective. But if you're arguing with somebody, when they're giving you their beliefs and their reasons, it's not to convince you. That's their way of like fortifying themselves. You remember old Pokemon on Game Boy where you had attacks, but there was also moves that were like so and so's defense went up, like you use ground and like their defense goes up.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing when they're throwing arguments at you. They're building up their defense to keep themselves convinced.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that because usually when we hear someone's side of the argument, we take that as an attack and we think, okay, well, let me come with mine. But they're not talking to you, they're talking to themselves. If you argue with people, you will hear this. They're talking to themselves when they throw out their beliefs. So, what I think, at least in my language, what I think that you said was you take that belief and you deconstruct it so they can see that it's actually unrealistic.
Yes. Basically. So it starts with the argument and then they get angrier. But as they're getting angrier, they're like actually responding less. They're
Mhm.
just, that feeling is just there.
Right.
But eventually, like 2, 3 days, a week later, I'll get a hit up, even from my own mother, like, oh man, you were right. I love you. This, that, you know me so well, or just something like that. And it's just like, oh, okay. And that's just me being patient, even though in the moment, my old self wants to come out and yell, which is always going to be there, right? But I'm aware of it. I just don't respond to it. It's just like, I get it. So I kind of utilize that with a lot of different people in my life now, because I don't need to know what you exactly went through, but the way you're talking to me and how you're presenting the information will tell me enough. Because I've been through so much trauma that, like, I do believe that I can find quickly, oh wow, this connects with this, and I know how to interact with you in that way. It's hard, but and I don't want to forever do it. That's why I'm not going to put myself on social media for y'all folks to hit me up on DMs. But I'm joking, everybody. But yeah, nah. People just have to be able to see themselves. That's the only way people are gonna truly change. It's nothing with another person. It's something that they have to be able to see within themselves. That's what I realized.
Yeah. Facts versus beliefs and opinions. That's a never ending battle. But if
And,
you want to win, oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
If you want to win, the right way is to take their belief and deconstruct it for them so they can see. And it's you have to really be in control of yourself because it's not a fight. You're not fighting with that person. If you fight with that person, then you're going to be engaged in combat.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of being like this, you got to be next to them on their side, looking at the same angle. You got to break that belief down in a realistic way, like with examples, with real life situations, just to show like maybe this happened to you
Exactly.
one time, but this is not how it always happens.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, maybe it only happened to you that one time, but you can't just say that. You got to show it. And
Mm-hmm.
this goes back to what we said earlier. A belief that's established at a certain emotional level, it has to be answered at that level, or at a certain age, it has to be answered at that age.
Exactly. Okay, so now that you're saying that, I'm gonna use an example. My for example, my mom, she both her parents weren't in her life for her like that, right? And she has trust issues. And she even has trust issues towards her own son, which, right? Love her to death. She doesn't have trust issues now, but this is just how I was raised at that point, just putting you on that space. But the way I leveled with her was like, Mom, do you understand that you were focused on work too, and you didn't have no time for me, and also my dad was stuck in Haiti? I get where you're coming from. I'm like, I'm with you on this journey. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I understand how it feels to not trust. I understand how it feels to give out love that you really want in your life also, you know. And then something like that will make her be like, wow, he's not the
Yeah.
enemy. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I connect. I don't really, I'm not like, just an asshole, but I'm gonna say certain things, and this is the things that trigger them, even because it's like, oh wow, like now he's hitting something that I don't like talking about, you know. But with
That's
other
exactly
people that I don't know, I might say things that, if I see a color or I feel a feeling, I might call out the thoughts that come up, like the images that come up in my head with these colors, like, psychomancy, right?
Mhm.
When I'm talking to these people, and I might say, oh, I could have went through this, I could have went through this, I could have went through that, and within these 1 to 5 things that I said, or I said 3 just now, but 1 to 3 things that I just said, those one of the experiences is in there.
Mhm.
And yeah, and it assists them, but yeah.
I think those are good examples of breaking down another person's belief in a down to earth way, right? Like you basically showed her through example. I'm going through the same situation that you are, so we are by default on the same team. You didn't
Hmm.
say that, but you said it like through the example. That's how you break a belief down.
Hmm. And now she had, who can she argue with? It was hard for her to
Right.
argue with me. She couldn't
Because
argue no more.
her argument is based on you don't understand where I'm coming from. You don't know what it's like.
Exactly.
But you can skip all that when you can show somebody. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And that builds rapport. That by default builds rapport.
Hmm.
And you're not going to convince or influence anybody without rapport,
100%.
which
If
is
they
why,
don't feel heard or seen,
mhm,
they're not going to want to hear or see you.
boom. This is why aggression and arguing and like that type of hostile manner, like it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It help you feel good because you're getting your emotions out and you're letting them hear your side of the story, but it's useless if what you want is to come to terms. If you just want to fight, because there's some people that just want to fight now.
100%.
If you just want to fight, then hey, go by all means do that far away from me. I cut off people that's like that because I'm not gonna waste my time.
And I'll
Just
say
want
this. Oh, go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
Um, don't force that on people, y'all. Don't like. Only reason why I did it in those moments with these people is because something told me. I just felt it in those moments. But in certain other moments, I'm not convincing people because it's not for me to. It's not for me to always to like do that with everyone I meet to try to align. You know how exhausting that can fucking be
Right.
to like what? Like no. If it's called for that moment, do it, but it's not always needed. That's all I wanted to say. Cause now when you're getting into the darker side, like when you're forcing someone to change, even though yes, it can be for what you believe is good, quote unquote, you're more tapping into dark magic. Let them people see it themselves.
Hmm.
And if they can't get it, walk away. But eventually that seed that you planted will grow.
Just that's the magic right there. The seeds you planted will grow. Just like when we were talking about dreams. Eventually, after really paying attention to your dreams and studying them and trying to figure out what's going on, I don't know what dreams are, but you start to see patterns. You start to see that it's not so important what was in the dream, but it's important how you felt in the dream because that's the tangible, real. That's what you have to work with and deal with. Likewise, when you're communicating with somebody, you're leaving something with them. Nobody here is going to remember everything in these conversations. I don't remember everything in these conversations, but we do remember how we felt, right? Some of the emotions that we felt. We might have a light bulb moment. You might not remember exactly what it was, but you felt like you got something out of this. It hits you on the subconscious level. When you're communicating with people, just be mindful of that. I know when we get around certain people like family or close friends, we kind of go into autopilot, and it's good to kind of just kick back with your homies or whatever. But try your best to always be mindful that you have the power to change people if you just stay awake, planting seeds and whatnot.
Trav, what is a conundrum for you as someone who is high on the path? Like high on weed or like I'm just kidding. But that's what Ace asked you.
Oh, wait.
Um
Let me
it's
pull
in
it
the
up.
chat, the StreamYard chat.
Conundrum for you. A conundrum, a conundrum. What do you mean by that? What is a conundrum for you? I'm gonna look that up. I've used the word before, but now I realize I've been using it without knowing the meaning. Who's gonna admit that on camera? A confusing and difficult problem or question. Okay, I got a few of those. What is a conundrum? Hmm. Sex is a conundrum for me. Just the whole concept of it.
You gotta break that down.
Oy vey. Why are we so enslaved to that? And I can see when I study Kabbalah, the entire tree is it's a sexual thing, right? You got the masculine, the feminine pillar, and when they hit the Kether, what do you think Kether is, right? The initial swirlings, like that's the highest cosmic sex. You can look at it like that. Why do we have a masculine pillar and a feminine pillar, right? The tree of life has penises and vaginas and breasts and hermaphrodites and naked men, naked women. Like these are symbols of the different Sephiroth. Like, why is it so prevalent? So it's saturated in reality, from like say the present to the past. I'm thinking that it's more of a negative thing. It's more of a distraction. It's more of an addiction. It's more of something in those terms. It's an animal thing. It's a low thing. It's a terrible thing, right? But from this point moving forward, I'm leaning more towards the understanding that it's more of a reflection of what this matrix is. I think that I think this is sex. This is the sex universe. That's what this is. I don't know what happened after Kronos supposedly sliced off Uranus's parts, but sometime in that mythological point in history, this entire reality became a sexually obsessed reality, and that has not changed at all. So the conundrum for me is like, why? It could be anything else, but why this? And am I harming myself by being celibate? I think that's the conundrum for me.
Hmm. What has you asking that question?
Okay, so I'm in here with the child. Let me just ask it. So there are certain things I hear you saying in conversations that um, make me think that sometimes you're a little too hard on yourself for being out of tune with what's going on down here. And every time you say things like something very specific that comes up is one time you said recently you forgot your mom's birthday.
Oh
And
yeah.
I immediately thought when you said that, it's like, don't worry about it. It's okay. She'll forgive you. Brush it off because clearly you're up there working some high dimensions. It's very clear. You are quote unquote advanced. My question is, what's a conundrum, if you can put it into words, that you see yourself facing as you work in these high dimensions? Because I mean, you really have this on lock. You're not perfect, but you have these low dimensions on lock, to a good degree. But that's my question. Does that make any sense?
Hmm.
question makes sense though, right? Because I'm about to go back on mute.
It makes
It,
sense, but I still feel like his answer still answered that question that you re-asked.
it does. I think that I did answer it, but I'm just going
Okay.
to I'm still looking to see if perhaps there's a way that I can look for something that might be more adhesive to that.
Your response was why how people are still so obsessed with
Not
sex. Is
not
that
how
right?
people not no not people. And why is just
Oh.
the I said the concept of sex, like it is the language of this
Oh.
universe
Oh
beyond
yeah, I
human.
missed.
This
Okay.
goes even, you know what I'm saying? Like we have Purusha and Prakriti as the two ultimate deities, and the whole fact that existence exists is because they slap in cheeks. Why?
Well, don't you think that's just a symbol of
It is a
uh energy interaction?
yes, it is yes, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying the word sex. All right, sure, we're thinking about people, but I'm talking about the concept, which does go up to the energetic levels. Like we've got this
Mm-hmm.
polarity of masculine and feminine across the board. That doesn't mean bodies. That means modes of interaction. In a way, I understand it, but I think there are also ways that it leaves me confused.
Mm-hmm.
Like what ways?
Why is that the only way? Why is there no alternative? Why is this? I don't know. I don't know. Ones and zeros. Ones and zeros.
You see, what
It
it's
may
crazy
go.
because
It may.
like
It,
as soon as you said that, I the first thing that comes up to my mind is like, okay, creation, right? But
yeah.
then like I go back in my head, I'm like, why does creation have to do with sex though? Like, because like that's what pops up in my head, you know. But
Mm,
I think we may still be putting the physical aspect, the human aspect of sex in our that may be so ingrained
mm,
in our definition of sex, even though we may be looking at the higher dimensions.
when I think of sex, I'm thinking about even just the creation of this world, not just like physically, you know,
Hmm.
doing it. I'm thinking about like
The
in the
interaction.
Bible, for example, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
Gotcha.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday was all created, right? Them that process was sex in a way, right? That process was a creation. But yeah, I was connecting creation with sex, but it just brought me back to what Trav was saying. Like, why does it go back to that? If that makes sense. But yeah,
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
why does it have
probably
to go
just the
back to
origin.
like that? Yeah,
In reducing everything back to its origin, that's what we're left with. The concept of
Yeah.
sex.
yeah.
That's at the root of existence.
Hmm.
Not man woman or woman woman man, not that, but the concept that two forces have to
Come together and something new comes.
yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
was thinking. Exactly. Okay.
And yeah, what puzzles you is why is that the only way? Seems to be at the core of everything. Well, I think you'll figure that out one day.
I think during this, and just you asking me that question really has me talking about it for the first time, because who on earth would I ever explain that to? So that was literally like the first time I really had to express that out loud. And
On the
as
smaller, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
Damn, you just hit some on the smaller aspect, right? Like we go through new experiences or even old experiences that create new emotions, new experiences, new understanding. And maybe that's the same thing, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Maybe that's the same thing, just on like
Like on a
the
bigger scale, that even the all is going through,
yeah.
or whatever names that we like to call it. But and we're just but still, that's hard.
One thing that puzzles me, I find it so interesting but also puzzling in a way of, I'm not sure if I fully believe it, is the whole energy was never created. The whole there is no beginning. That has always puzzled me. You know what I mean? That
Um,
whole law of energy. I I can definitely believe the whole energy cannot be destroyed. It always transforms into something else. But the whole there was never really a beginning to certain things. It's like, hmm,
can't really wrap my finger on that either.
that's the thing that gets me.
There's ways to help. For example, like, what is time, right? Time is our experience within matter. We're noticing the distance between one moment to another moment. Just because we experience that doesn't mean that that's the standard. Hmm. Okay, here we go. So, beginning and end outside of time. I liken the Akashic records to a DVD collection, right? Maybe you've heard this example before. You know what I'm saying? You got this DVD collection, you pull one DVD out, you put it in. It's your favorite movie. You can mouth along with your favorite line and say it at the same time, and you're looking forward to this scene or that scene. You can rewind it, go through the whole experience, have a good time, and then pop the DVD back out and put it back on the shelf. And it's there to watch at any given time. While you're watching the movie, it began and it ended. But once the movie's done, it's its own contained uh, loop amidst a collection of other loops that are self-contained.
Hmm.
Time exists for the
Okay.
viewer, but it doesn't exist for that DVD collection.
Got you. The experience is always there in a way, right? The experience would be the DVD.
Just like what I was saying about these memories, your 12-year-old self still exists. Your 6-year-old self still exists, right? If you had the capacity to rewind the DVD, you'd see that. The DVD and the actors within the movie, that's our physical reality. That's our incarnations. It's the soul that watches those movies. The soul was never there. You were never Adam Sandler, but you watch the movie and you laugh at his corny ass jokes, right? You go through the whole experience and then you put it back on the shelf. It's always going to be there to watch.
You know what's the interesting thing? As you're saying that, right? So I had came to an idea, a thought weeks ago. So you're watching the movie, right? And then there's the DVD. But what if, like, the change that we see while we're experiencing that movies is like putting on like different glasses, right? The when we expand ourselves with this information and these practices,
Mm-hmm.
it's like the same movie's still playing,
Mm-hmm.
but now you have 3D glasses and it makes the experience even different.
Ah.
That's what, like, it's like the filter, right? Like what you're really changing is the filter, right? That's kind of like throughout meditation. I'm like, oh, like that's kind of a thought that I came to. Like, because I was like, how do these physical things really get to the point of piercing past, a thought, piercing past emotions, things of that sorts on a physical way? And I'm just like, okay, it has to influence a filter within myself that really changes the experiences. But the experiment, not the experiment, the experience is still has its own uh truth to it, or like one pattern. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
I don't know how to explain it
Experience has its
properly.
own, yeah, its own. I mean, what is the DVD when you're not watching it? What's the movie when you're not watching it?
Damn, that's like that. When you look at is it that proton thing?
Oh
it's a
yeah, yeah.
it's a wave, and then it's physical when
Particle.
you look at it or something. Yeah, a particle.
Like, what is a movie when you're not watching it? Those experiences that the people had making the movie still exist.
I,
If that
I
makes
think
sense.
yeah, I think what I was trying to say with the filter is like, imagine you go to a movie and you watch the movie, but you were in a bad mood when you watched it. So overall, you're like, I didn't really like the movie. But imagine if you went and watched that movie and your filter was different. You were in a good mood. Now you enjoyed the movie, right?
I had an experience when I had smoked and I watched this trippy movie and it was so profound. I laughed, I cried. It was the best movie ever. Then I thought, I want to share this with somebody. I watched it again with them, and the experience was by far not the same at all.
Because you were fucking high as hell.
The filter was different. Same movie.
So, Travis, you said that you wonder if you not having sex is hurting you. Uh, Maybe you should consider. Okay, so as someone who definitely intends to do things with purpose, it's best to remember that there's if it's not up to that standard, it's okay to leave it alone. So don't feel bad for one. Two, you could always just, you know, even though it's not completely the same, actually having that feminine energy along with you, like, do what you do by yourself. That's two. I think there was a third part to consider, but I can't really remember right now. But just consider the fact that if it's not up to a certain standard, it's not best to do it. You don't want to just feel bad about not doing it, wonder if it's hurting you, and then do it just to do it. No, you have a certain standard and things to work through as far as why you're not doing it. So until you get to that level, leave it be.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, there's been several opportunities, but I mean, all opportunities, like you said, I agree with you on the standard aspect. Um, One of the things that I've learned in my journey is that the anticipation of a sexual endeavor really controlled a large part of my behavior. And I think that most men can agree with that. There's a huge incentive behind a lot of what we do that's based on sex. And I didn't realize that until I started to deliberately try to discipline that aspect of myself. And one of the byproducts I got from that was I came into a maturity where I don't look at women as sex objects, and I'm not always trying to talk in order to hopefully maybe angle myself to a sexual experience. I realized that I was doing that so much, from high school onward. I don't think that a lot of people know that they're doing that. But anyways, what I found is that that has given me a little bit of well, a lot of bit of control and being able to decide no when it's not right.
Word.
I am aware of that, by the way. Got aware of that like 3 years ago. 100%.
Yeah, definitely a thing.
Sometimes you just get triggered to say something. It's like, why do I even want to? I don't have the best answer, but it just sounds logical, and I feel like it might make her. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Relax, you good. We will let Trav answer that in silence. And we all know that him not releasing it, I'm sure he knows him not releasing at all is a a thing. Like I just said, have fun by yourself, and that's his privacy as far as that.
I'll be asking some serious questions here.
It's the first and last question.
Goodness gracious.
You didn't even ask the man if he ate today. Ask the man if he released.
That's the first comment in tonight's chat. That's the first comment. He showed up.
Oh my God.
That was
He
on his
know
Relax,
round.
you
how.
good. Is he
Hey,
not releasing at all?
You good?
a minute.
I'm not good no
Oh
more.
my God.
You working with a full tank?
Nigga, you relax.
Hey, you might need to relax. Damn.
I
Do
am
I be
personally working on that interaction myself. I feel like I have some serious work to do with the male species, some really good work. But these days, anytime I do engage, oh God, I haven't even really been working on it, which is a shame. Um, when I'm anticipating it, I think to myself, okay, focus on your focus on certain meditative things that you do when you're meditating while that's happening, and because the whole energy release, you could give power to your manifestations that way. But then when it's time, I don't be thinking about that. I don't spiritualize it in that way, and so it's like, damn, I need to practice on my focus when I know I'm about to engage in that way. Otherwise, I really need to just stop because I
Mm-hmm.
really just want to ritualize it, honestly. But I need to focus on, okay, you know, stay focused. But I'm about to be celibate real soon because it's just like, if you're not really trying to do something with this, it's not exciting. Even though it feels good, it's just not satisfying. That's when you need to just stop.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I've got to restart my browser real quick. Give me a sec because my camera and microphone are acting funny.
Nah, you just running away from this convo.
That
After he
too.
asked you that question, you've been acting kind of fishy, Trev.
Curve,
Man,
you're on the spotlight.
he doubled
Keep
down on
going.
it too. Boy. He doubled down on it. What do you say? I was real now. Holding back your energy is power, my guy. Hey,
He's like, hey, don't take that personal.
he doubled
I
down.
wasn't attacking you, brother.
I said what I said. Is he not released?
So you gonna answer it or not? I'm not gonna ask you no more again.
Y'all, he's elaborating. He asking more questions, y'all.
Oh man.
He going deeper.
Trav, do you think that holding in your sexual energy for a long time helps you manifest things here on the physical plane, or does it just feel more confident?
Travis,
Oh,
restart your browser and come back. Take your time answering.
okay. I'm definitely gonna answer that question because that's a good question right there.
Take your time. We're
Let me
here.
do this.
Some
Curve,
tantric
stay on.
practices believe that it does support you manifesting physical things in reality. Um, but you might want to wait for Trav to go deeper on those physical things because I still feel like those physical things may still have to align with you. Um, that you're trying to manifest at the same time. So, but yeah, some tantrics believe that holding in your semen does help manifest things. Having sex, most powerful instrument, the sound tones and vibrations that come out of her, if done right. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, that's why I asked. Got you. Relax. You good, relax. Ain't gotta be like, yeah, exactly. They do speak a lot about transmuting the sexual energy.
Well,
I feel like you can lose yourself to a lot of different work, not just tantric, but yeah.
oh shoot. All right. Relax you good says. Trav, do you think that holding in your sexual energy for a long time helps you manifest things here on the physical plane? Or does it just make you feel more confident? Um, as far as like manifestation in as a whole, I don't think that it affects that. I think that manifestation as a whole operates on a different level. Um, However, there are many good beneficial effects. I think that it certainly increases animal magnetism, and animal magnetism is another word for one of the five types of prana. Um, it certainly can help with influence. It can certainly help with attraction. It definitely helps with confidence. It can help with a lot of things. So yeah, yes and no. It can help you manifest certain things, but like overall, as a strategy, as a method of manifestation, I don't think that this is a big factor. It's beneficial, but I don't think that it's a major contributing factor to the art of manifestation. Sandiata says everything in moderation, balanced, including sex. Extreme asceticism towards sex is unbalanced. Didn't Hermes say avoid the extremes of both polarities? Absolutely. Dion Fortune said the same thing. I don't think that I would be faulted or wronged because I'm not out here every Saturday night looking for anything to jump into. I'm also in a situation where the selection may not be the most desirable.
Prime rib. You got me prime rib selections.
Like if this is the way I feel about food. Why would I eat something like if I only eat once a day? Why would I get full off of eating something nasty? If I'm eating once a day, I want to eat something good, right?
Mhm.
Why would I fill my belly with bologna and mayonnaise when I could fill my belly with pesto lime salmon with cilantro rice, all cooked in butter, lots of butter with the skin on it?
Oh my
That sounds
God.
good. I can't lie.
Salmon is one of the best things to ever exist.
We can spill the cup of Hermes or cultivate it through breathwork and visualization. Yes, absolutely.
I kind of want you to define more what you try to get at, but I'm not trying to get into that because I'm wondering what options you got.
Oh man.
Because why the fuck did you just say that, Trev?
See, now let me slow down because I might say something. I'm definitely not.
Irv, I asked you some questions in our chat.
Oh,
Are
you asked?
you avoiding? Uh-huh.
Oh,
What's
my
the
fault.
things
Hold
that
on.
you're avoiding?
I didn't even
Time
read
too
it.
much right now. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, too much. Let's wait for learn about your interaction with women in general since you really started being serious about session. Damn.
I'm
That's kind
asking
of
myself
deep.
the same question. Yeah, I'm asking myself the same
I
question.
mean, I
I'm
got
trying
the
to figure
answer,
it
but
out.
I don't know if I'm just. That's kind of deep.
Oh, that's okay. You don't have to share. You can always plead the fifth. That's perfectly fine. It was just a question. Next.
Seriously, no pressure.
Trav, you walk the middle path, correct? Absolutely. I am a middle path practitioner. I do not exist. Midlow 89 says, I raised the chrism on Christmas Eve 2019 after 40 days semen retention. Was shot out of body after visualizing sex with a hot girl and saw a huge tree as I was raising as my energy went up my spine. That sounds pretty awesome. Sounds like it changed your life. Raising chrism leads to neurogenesis. Okay. Relax You Good says, how do you tell if you're on the right path in your life? Is our life already written up, or are we creating it every day? Let's answer those last two questions first. Is our life already written up, or are we creating it every day? The answer is yes, because they're both the same thing. Think about the DVD analogy, right? Your life is a DVD disc on the Akashic Records, right? The Akashic Records you can see as a library full of DVDs, and the soul, Purusha, goes into that library and pulls the DVD off the shelf, puts it in, kicks back, and enjoys the show. Now, on that DVD disc is a human animal, right? It's a flesh body that has emotions, that has a history, that has family ancestors. Its body, flesh itself has karma. What I mean is, all the food that you've eaten has been made out of another entity that has karma, right? It's just a whole mishmash of karma. So since your literal, the physical existence on that DVD is made of the stuff of the earth, which already has its own karma, which means that all of it is locked into place. Yes, it's all written in hardcore stone, unable to be changed. That is if you completely identify with that flesh body. If you completely identify with that flesh body, then you are completely locked down to the karma. This isn't something you have to believe, because I can put it in non-woo-woo terms. What is your free will other than non-existent? Oh, well, I got free will, Trav. I decided what I wanted to eat for breakfast this morning. Who gave you your options? Right? And is it what you wanted or what you could get, what you had access to? Right? Everything that we choose is coming from a place that is influenced secretly, subconsciously. That's karma in itself. Now, when you can raise your awareness to the point of recognizing that and begin to try to make conscious decisions that are not based off of subconscious influences, you begin the process of rewriting that disc, rewriting that karma. The goal isn't necessarily to rewrite the DVD to make it a better movie. The goal is to become identified with the observer watching the movie. So, how do you tell if you're on the right path in your life? You can tell you're on the right path in life when you're getting more and more clues, signs, and hints that you're not this body. The more clues, signs, and hints that you get that you are this body and this is your one life to live, crash out, YOLO, that's the wrong path. Simply because you're identifying with the animal. And when that DVD is over, you're going to be so wrapped up in that experience that you're going to want to immediately put it back in reincarnation, still on the cycle of samsara. But if you're getting more and more signs every day, maybe every week, whatever your speed is, that you're actually not this body, you're something more. You don't have to know what, because it actually doesn't exist here. Remember, it's just watching the DVD. It's not in the DVD. The more signs and signals and pointers that you're getting that you're something else, that's how you know you're on the right path. Let me know if that answers your question or if it doesn't. I see other people in the chat like, don't ask another man what your path should be. You should be able to figure it out yourself.
Crazy.
Uh-oh.
Trav, you know when you first answered the question?
Hmm.
when you were reading it and you were like, yes. I thought you were just about to say yes and smile in the camera like one of them gurus
Yes.
and just smile.
Oh, no, my friend. The chakras. The chakras.
You must ask yourself, if you love life, what is life without love?
Mm,
Yes.
that was so abstract. I guess it was deep. I'm gonna run with it.
Have you thinking about nothing for 10 days?
Right. And that's the magic of it, though. If someone can open your mind to the point where you can take some nonsense and make it a light bulb moment, think about what you did. Just like what you were saying to Jay Baltail, right? About him being fired from the job or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It takes something so mundane and force yourself to have a spiritual explosion. You work in alchemy right there.
Look, why did you have to bring sex back into this conversation, Drive?
That's the language. Might as well. I wanted to say the other word, but I refrained.
Spiritual explosion? I was like, I know where he's going with that one.
Oh man, you're getting too hip to my lingos, man.
I think the background added an effect to it too.
Yeah.
Nah, it's the Virgo rising in me, man. That Mercury aspect, see the details.
Mm. Just like in a video game, you're not your character, but the player controlling the character. And who is that? Who is the player? That's the real question. And can you sit for the rest of your life asking that question and knowing that you might not get an answer while you're alive?
Are you asking someone on here?
I mean, that was just a general question.
Oh, it's hard, but yeah.
One of the muscles you have to develop as an occultist is being comfortable with not knowing. Sounds simple, don't it?
Nah. Because a lot of times I be sitting here like, man, I want to ask somebody something. And the fact that you just said that, I'm like, all right, I guess I'm on the right path.
Right. Sometimes I'll have symbols in front of me for days, maybe weeks. And a part of me is like, why do I have that in front of me? I'll find out maybe a month later. Once it comes to pass, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I trust my subconscious mind more than I trust my conscious mind. If my subconscious mind arranges a certain symbol or something in a certain way, I run with it because I've seen time and time again, the answer develops over time. So I'm comfortable not knowing. Just like what did Ace say earlier? She said you said a theme song came into your head or something like that, and you're asking like, why did that theme song come into my head? You remember that?
Yeah, everybody hates Chris. I was
Everybody hates
thinking
Chris.
about yesterday. I
Yeah,
can't remember how that came about.
and you might not. Fuck it. Eventually, though, that's a seed. It's gonna grow into something. That happens to me
Uh,
with music. I'll get like a random song in my head, or I'll hear a song in a dream. And I'll go on YouTube and listen, and the playlist automatically goes to some other song, and hell, I might find something awesome, or I might find a song that I lost over the years. So many rabbit holes. But when we try to force an answer onto something just because we don't like the discomfort of not knowing, we rob ourselves of the magic. Oh, well, that's just because XYZ. That's what the basics do.
I have something to say, but I really want to say it when I leave this room. I'm trying to pull away. Just
Oh,
don't let me forget, and don't let me forget.
Damn. My ratchet side wanted to come out.
Oh,
I got a daughter myself, but I was still about to scream, "Fuck them kids." But I love my daughter. I didn't mean.
Shit, do y'all want me to leave this child in here screaming? Y'all hear her in the background? She can go for an hour now.
an hour.
No, but seriously, no, no. I mean, and then she's done. But
No, take care
anyway,
of the kid. I was kidding. Please don't. That was
ain't nobody want to hear all that shit. Give me 10 minutes. Anyway, y'all keep talking.
Trav.
Hmm?
I might be coming to Georgia, man.
Uh-oh.
We'll see. We'll see.
What's in Georgia?
Don't worry about that. But I might
Oh,
be moving out there.
right on. Give me an excuse to come to my house.
We'll see though. If it's a part of the plan, then yeah. But you know, gotta chat. Gotta tap in with the higher self. Make sure first.
Yeah. Let the answer come through.
I'm letting stuff play out right now because, like what you said, sometimes when I drop the meditation with the higher self, sometimes I do get answers, and sometimes I feel like higher self is like, motherfucker, is you finna have faith in me or fucking not? Just cause I can see your question a little bit, I'm not gonna answer your question. You'll see. I'm like, fuck.
Right.
Like when I say don't question it at all, like don't like you're gonna get an answer, stick with it. But the minute you try to filter that answer, put your logic and how and all this, you're gonna fuck up your own self.
Right.
And it could have meant to be to happen, but now you stopped it from happening in a
You
way.
stopped it
You
with
you
your
didn't
power.
really stop it, but
You delayed
slowed it
it.
down. Yeah, delayed it. There you go.
Yeah, we're talking about spiritual authority here. You got to have what Christians call faith in this higher self. You got to trust it. Now, blind trust, you know what I'm saying? That's really hard, which is why you gradually work your way up through experience. This is what you're supposed to be doing with your spells and your rituals. You're supposed to be giving yourself experiences to trust this higher self. So when it's time to make those big leaps and those big steps, it becomes easier and easier. And there's another thing, like, I don't think that many people can distinguish between the voice of their spirit and their ego.
It's it's not easy. I'll say that at first. And it's still not like right now I'm still getting used to it, but there's specific things that you'll know. You'll just know the difference. Like, okay, you know? Like, but I can't speak on it in general for everybody, but specific things pertaining more towards yourself, from my understanding, that you'll know, like, okay, actually, this is the higher self compared to my ego.
I think constantly doing the whole, million questions like a child does, asking why, is a good, I think it's always a good uh, way to get down to checking out if you're on the path or not. If you're, I mean, don't you think that's always useful?
Absolutely. That's the most important word in the English language.
I'm so excited for her to ask
There's a
both of
tie
these
between
questions.
why and how. Why and how are the two most important words, I would say. Two most
Yeah.
Yeah.
important ones. Because why doesn't always help you. How helps you more than why?
Hmm.
Because you
You,
you can ask the question, why am I obsessed with this particular body part? You can say why. You might even get an answer. That's not going to change your obsession, is it? Now, if you say how do I propagate this obsession? How do I perform this obsession? Now you can start to see your pattern. You can start to see your strategy, what they call it. And you can then know what to change if you want to change it. Why doesn't give you that?
Heard. Um,
Why do I lie? Why do I cheat? Why do I steal? You'll get an answer, but it's not going to help you. How? What happens when I go through the process of lying, cheating, and stealing?
I thought you were about to say, "How do I lie? How do I cheat?" I'm joking. I'm joking.
How do I live without you?
Oh man.
So, so the whole wondering why everything originates back to the two degrees of energy coming together and then producing. I think to wonder that is to also wonder why one by itself can't produce. Don't you think?
Well, that's what happened, right? That's what Kether is.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Because we were talking earlier about, the separation, duality. It all resolves into one.
Yeah,
How can two be one at the same time?
it's just different angles. I mean, different
Yes.
degrees.
Yes, that's it right there. It's the perspective. Hakma and Bina are Kether. In fact, the whole tree is Kether. Kether is within Malkuth, but after another manner.
Yeah, I think it all being one in them all, everything mattering equally is awesome. Honestly, I think it's great.
And even in the Vedic
So,
information, they say that consciousness is eternal and matter is eternal, but they both resolve into Brahman, which is the one.
hmm
Excuse me,
certain words,
Brahman.
certain words you pronounce differently than how I would. Is that coming from you actually hearing them, or just it's kind of like oh, this is just how I speak? Because who really knows what the original way of pronouncing it is unless you heard someone say it, like we were saying earlier. Brahma versus or Brahman versus how you just said it, Brahman versus Brahman. Well, that sounds darn similar. Anyway, I'm just saying what comes to mind. That's not always necessary, now is it?
Actually Good says, why do you always jump back and rely back on the Tree of Life breakdowns when you explain things? Well, the Tree of Life is designed to be a skeleton key of knowledge. And in my experience, it is. There's nothing that does not fit on the tree. There's a lot of philosophies that have holes in them. There's a lot of philosophies that are incomplete. There's a lot of philosophies that say if you stand up to somebody who disagrees with it, they can challenge it. But the Kabbalah is so complete. It's complete. It there's an answer for everything. There's a place for everything. It's a complete system. It's the most convenient, I would say.
This is true, and the root is what we're trying to get to in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah. Have a good night. I'm about to knock out.
All right,
Okay,
Curve.
bye.
It's about
Peace.
that time. Peace.
Yep, this is hmm, it somewhat feels like 5.5 hours.
Oh wow. Well, most of it I wasn't here for, but yeah. All good.
Yeah, I think we touched on some things, some good things as usual.
Mhm.
This is your time to do your meditations now, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The sun will be coming up.
I'm wide awake. I'm not even sleepy, which is great.
Maybe you can do some of yours.
Oh, definitely. I'm about to read and write. And thank you for the whole thing about dreams, remembering, focusing on the feelings, just like I do, when I'm awake, doing my visualizations. Like the dreams, the same thing. So I don't need to so much focus on the people, um, focus on the feelings of what's happening. So thank you.
My pleasure. Yeah, tonight happened differently than I originally planned, but it happened the way that it was supposed to. I think that your conversation with Curve, especially towards the beginning, was needed and probably needed for me to be on the sidelines. All good.
Yay.
All good. I'm not upset about it at all. Relax, you good says, how many times do you be meditating a day, Trav? Um, I guess you say technically probably once. I mean, around this time, around 4 or so, 3 o'clock on a good day, 6 o'clock on a bad day. Around this time, I go into trance, and I do my LBRP, do my inner temple. I link up with my higher self, and we share a dialogue. If I'm working with another spirit or entity, we do that. But usually, it's just me and my higher self. I attempt to receive some downloads for what needs to happen next. It's not always as exciting. Sometimes it's just me talking to myself. Other times the spirit does come down. In other case, it's a space and time that I've carved out to practice what I've studied. That's an important thing if you're a practitioner. That's what makes a practitioner, right? We study, we buy books. Some of us read those books, some of us. But the next step is to actually do that stuff that you read. You got to carve out a time to do that stuff. And I'm saying that because there's a lot of people who don't make time to actually practice. You got to make that time, even if it's just for 30 minutes. I do it for a couple of hours. I do it until till it feels like I'm done. But the important thing is to practice it. If you're just reading it and you're not practicing it, you're not a practitioner. Which means that you're robbing yourself of valuable experience. Why do you choose these times to meditate? Because I know for an absolute fact I will not be disturbed. There's not even, sometimes I go outside and I walk the streets like a maniac. I know that nobody's awake. Nobody's going to be here. It's literally like I have the earth to myself. And that's a wonderful feeling. It's a wonderful feeling. It's like nobody else is here but me. That's why I choose these times. And my cats who sometimes grab at my cloak when I'm walking past them.
Relax you good. Trav, before you answer any more questions, relax you good. If this is in, if you're asking these questions to see what you should do, I mean, it sounds like either you're asking for that reason or asking kind of just to drill him or see what he's about. But if you're asking these questions to see what you should do, don't do it for that reason.
Good advice. Good advice.
It's like take his answers and be like, okay, noted, and move on.
Midlow 89 asks, why is blood so powerful in the occult? Long story short, blood is the physical manifestation of the goddess, the most potent force in existence. Why is the goddess the most potent force in existence? Because existence is the goddess. Every mythology will tell you this. Do you remember in the Necronomicon where it talks about how they split Tiamat in half and used her body to create mankind, the earth, and whatnot? Same thing goes with Prakriti. She is the all. The same thing goes with Bina, Isis. Existence is a feminine thing, and the manifest vessel of Shakti. That's why Shakti is red. That's why Prana Shakti, specifically, I've got her hanging up on my wall, is blood red. That's why in the meditation of Tat Washuti, you've got to visualize an ocean of blood. That's why the period blood is so important. That's why Kenneth Grant talks about these kalas that secrete from the woman. And I recently found out that it also secretes from the man. And this is why in his particular organization, they consider semen a type of degraded blood. These fluids are the physical manifestation of the living goddess. That's why it's so powerful. So when you shed blood, you're exposing the goddess. You have her at your mercy, so to speak. And I should have thought about this when I ripped my toenail off in that tragic incident that ended my OnlyFans career. Because there was blood everywhere. I should have used it. But I was in so much pain,
Blood.
I didn't even think about it.
Much love, relaxing good. Much love to you. You do know about the Charlie bit my finger blood video, right, Trav?
Yeah. He was. Wait.
Years ago.
It sounds
It's like
familiar. It sounds familiar.
two brothers, two little boys. One boy bit the other boy's finger. He's like, "Ow, Charlie, you bit my finger. Blood." You can easily YouTube it. That's like from ages ago. I'll never
Yeah.
forget that. Anytime my issue comes along, I just say blood, just like that. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that's an original meme. That's an OG meme.
Yep, yep.
That's a G1 meme.
Yes. Oh my God, you're so quick with it. I love it.
Oh,
Daddy bit me. And that really hurt, Johnny.
that really hurt.
Still hurting.
Blood.
When does he say blood? Yeah, it was really cute. I hope they're
Oh,
still close in life.
yeah. There's an updated video.
Oh, yay. But what I was going to mention earlier, which I think we pretty much talked about already, was yes, all the way back to this. Women who breastfeed know that you sometimes get aroused of the feeling of breastfeeding. This only happened to me like two, three times at the very beginning, and I was pissed about it because I was like, this is really inappropriate. Like, oh my God. I was angry. But I'm thinking about the whole connection between nurturing and sex. And that's just something to contemplate, like how they're clearly connected with, you know, with it even being a common thing for a woman's physical body to be aroused from doing something that's nurturing a child. Like, I think that's a connection to think about,
Mm-hmm.
like, the whole nurturing and sex thing. So, again, the whole interaction between male and female, it's they're nurturing each other in order to produce something. Like you can't produce something without somehow nurturing each other. Even if, two people are just fucking, somehow you're nurturing each other.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's all.
Very true. Very true. It's important to also try to keep in mind about how the animal body, for all intents and purposes, is its own independent entity. Each and every one of us are riding on top of an animal beast. That's for real. The
Hmm.
ancients had a mind, they had a word for it. It was called manas. The body itself has a mind. It's called manas, and it communicates to us through the subconscious mind. On top of that, we've got our intellect, so called, right? We've got our ego. But these are two different forces, two different creatures that operate together. And what that means is that the manas, the animal body, it doesn't have any concept of morality. It doesn't have any concept of right and wrong. It it feels, right? It feels. But the higher mind takes those feelings and makes sense out of them. It assigns meaning to those feelings. So things like that do happen, and it's not because it didn't come from the higher mind. It came from the animal body itself.
Hmm.
I mean, there's a whole host of other things that our bodies react in ways that our mind may sometimes conflict with, and people might take that, to another level because they don't separate that the animal body and the mind are two different beasts. This is why, like, your mind wants to do stuff, but the body's like, I'm just gonna sleep. Honestly, you can try to get me to do it, but I'm going to sleep today. Two different creatures.
Yeah. I've been thinking about making sure I never say my mind and just leave it at the mind. Um, but that may be a situational thing because uh, that may be a situational thing.
Hmm.
Well, I personally don't want to hold you up. I'm gonna let you close and talk to whoever's in the chat, but I'm still here until you leave.
Okay. Another thing to think about is on the tree we've got this. You always see, and this is a cosmic pattern: mother and child. Father is absent. This is literally a cosmic pattern. Mother and child, father is absent. This is why you see Mother Mary and Christ. This is why you see Isis and Horus. Osiris is dead and gone. The father aspect is Purusha, consciousness. The mother aspect is Prakriti, matter. And she is with child. But the thing that happens is eventually she nurses the child, and the child grows up and becomes her lover. And he takes the place of his father, and the cycle repeats.
Hmm.
And it's to be looked at, of course, symbolically. The consciousness has to come through the mother, become something, then evolve past being something and become nothing again.
Right.
We are the child.
I mean that just sounds like this whole journey, you know, this whole cycle of coming down here just to go right back up anyway.
Hmm.
Once I heard that, I was like, yeah, that really does help. Just accepting being down here. It's not just an experience that you let go of. It's literally you have to. It said probably in a book. It's actually probably quoted. You have to master the physical realm. Yeah, the whole point of this is to master the physical realm. And I'm like, okay, fine, if I must.
Mo B, good morning. Good to see you. I'm going to answer one more question here in the chat. unless like a super, super good question pops up again, because I do want to catch my meditation before the sun comes up. It's so much better in the dark. So Relax You Good says, Trav, why did you say you don't exist? I think that's a fair question because I did slip that in there. I think that that is one of the main factors that separates the middle path from the left hand path or the right hand path. I talked about how the father is absent and the mother raises the child. So the father would be the right hand path. The right hand path is mostly what we see organized religion, whether it's exoteric or esoteric. It's a structured path that enables one to meet God on a certain level that you can be used by God, that you can become a servant of God. And that's not a bad thing at all. That's a most desirable thing, to be a servant of God, because if you're not useful, you're useless. And I would much rather have the divine consciousness of the universe guide me through life as opposed to me and my funky ass unhealed trauma guide me through life, right? It's right hand path. Left hand path, that deals more with the path of the mother, the goddess, with child. And this is a difficult path because you're having to become unborn. The left hand path focuses on separating from the structure, and I guess at the end of the story, become its own matrix, because the left hand path is about the matrix, to become its own matrix, which again, it's not a bad thing. It's just a different way of doing things. We're talking about force and form. One's the path of force, one's the path of form. They literally both go to the same place. They both resolve in Catholic, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Most differences are just like down here for human beings. Like, what you rep? I'm left hand path. I'm right hand path. That's like saying, who do you vote for, Kamala or Trump? It's not for anybody else. It's for you. What are you doing with your path? Right? Middle path is different in that it's a path where you have to recognize that everything exists except you. Because this is the path where you have to directly identify consciousness versus matter. You gotta identify that from the jump. From Malkuth to Yesod to Tifereth to Doth to Kether. And the faster you realize that, the easier it will be for you to, make it to that next level that we all want to get to, whatever that may be. And when I say I don't exist, what I mean is, what is I? What am I? That's the question of the middle path. What am I? Who am I? You got to really think about that. Don't accept the first or second or third answer. Because the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, eighth, 12th answer is going to be ego talking to you. It's going to be matter telling you. What I think I am, we can start at the basic level. My body, the way that I dress. This is me, how I present myself. This is me. This is a construction. This is an idea. This is a concept. I dreamed this up and I'm doing it on purpose. This ain't me. I mean, I still look like this when the camera's off. But it's a design is what I'm saying. It's artificial. So I'm not the body. It's nothing permanent. It can change. If I have to go to another funeral or a wedding, I'm going to be wearing a suit and tie. So we can say, oh, you're your personality. Well, what is the personality? It's a collection of beliefs and automatic responses, which come from trauma and patterns that were learned as a child. So that's not you because it was given to you by nature, by the people around you, by outside forces. Well, I'm my memories. Nope, those don't belong to you either. Also given to you by nature. If you keep asking this question, you'll find that everything that you think you are is a product of some external factor. None of it is original. And if you keep looking as hard as you can, you will find that there is nothing original. There is nothing original about you because you don't exist. What have you felt that was unique?
Hmm.
Heartbreak, pain, fear, sadness.
Mm-hmm.
What have you felt that no one else has ever felt ever? It's all borrowed. It's all cookie cutter. It's all templates. And we pick and choose and we put it. It's as if you're in a game and you're creating your character and you think you created a unique character. But of all the millions of people that play this game, your combination has been assembled before. And you're only choosing from what's been given to you. The fault is to identify with any of the choices and to realize I'm a blank slate. I'm a non-existing thing. I am not. I am not. And it what I found is that this path is lessons about the I am not. People say I am that I am. I am not. Lessons about the I am not really show you what the universe is. I hope that sheds some light on the question.
Beautiful question, beautiful answer. The whole thing about you saying, and I really want you to get your meditation in before the sun rises. Always needing to discern what is consciousness and matter just goes back to really understanding what's true or not. Like, you know, how you can't just completely believe and go with anything that you think or see.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that's basically the same thing, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and to check everything that comes with that, right? Because our first response is for some people to get angry. Oh, I can't believe anything that I see or hear. Like it's all lies. It's all, that's the first instinct to get mad at it because you feel like you've been lied to. But I say check everything because who has been lied to? I don't exist. You can't lie to me. You can't hurt me. You can't deceive me. You can't do anything to me because I am not here.
Yes. Exactly. A reflection of a reflection of a reflection.
Of nothing.
Right.
I mean, you got to think Kether is a reflection of the triple blackness of space.
Yep.
Like it keeps going.
Hmm.
Look. He says, right, Travis, when someone insults you, is that still inside you? Would it be yes? Yes, as a matter of fact. What insult are you going to say that's going to make me mad, dude? You going to call me a nigger? You going to call me a faggot? You going to call me a pussy? You going to call me a liar, a cheat? Like, what can you say to me that's going to make me upset, bro? Like, yes, exactly. There's nothing. Like I said, the body stubbed its toe, right? And that shit hurt very badly. But who did it hurt? It hurt the body. It didn't hurt me. I made a distinction between those things. You probably missed what I said. Who are you insulting? Are you insulting? You did miss what I said. I said this is a construction. You're insulting my construction. You're insulting the way that I chose to dress. You're insulting the way that I chose to present myself. You can't insult me. Hell, I don't even know me. So how you gonna insult me? And I know for a fact you don't know you. If the universe is mental, that means everything is mind stuff. You can conclude from that statement, you are also mind, a thought, an imaginary act made semi real. Exactly. Exactly. BKA Soul, peace. BKA Soul says the middle path is without adjectives or predicates. Right. Right. Operation Crossroads says be careful of delusions. It's good advice.
Because I sure will come.
Peace, peace. You look like you just woke up. It's a profile picture, man. But yeah, that's
It
what
is
time.
time.
Boom! I told like 555. I swear.
Nice.
Addicted to existence? Hope not. All right.
This was wonderful. I shall be back. It was good talking to you. It was good talking with everyone else. And yay. Everyone have a wonderful, what is it, Friday? Yeah, everyone have a wonderful Friday. It's Friday.
Already. Lord of mercy. All right.
Okay.
Well, thanks for coming. I'll see you next time. We'll start a little bit earlier next time. Nice. He says that profile pic is not really me though, right? Boom. Right. Oh, I'll take that
Bye,
one.
everyone.
All right, everybody. It's been good.
Operation Crossroads.
Been good. So the official outro. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace. Who is I and what is the you that you love, right?